Good morning. Okay, cool. How you guys doing? Check Rev. Ooh. What's that about? Ding ding. Are you guys trying to pump Revlon in the aftermarket? Uh, Unbelievable. I be care not showing any options prices for SPX at all. Only for me? I don't think so. You're gonna owe me $5 when VIX hits 34. I'm holding you to the bet, even though you didn't bet me. I want my $5 back from our last bet. Morning, Pickle Man. What's up, full disclosure? Good morning, Alethea. XRT Upstart still on threshold. I know. There was a lot of confusion surrounding it the other day. Because of the bank holiday. Gotta love SS being excited about the economy they participate in doing poorly. Where do you see that core CPI growth is slowing? Core CPI on the August print went up by 0.4. So it was 5.9 to 6.4 to 6.6. This means that the rate of growth month over month slowed. Also, and the inflation print came in at a 7-month low. Morning, you think 350-ish is the bottom or more downs? Um, let's see. The problem is I don't have this morning's positioning after the drop. We could see more downside. Or we fill this gap. I think it'll depend on what happens with the puts at 3,500. There's not an obscene number of them. So 3,500 negative 12 million. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. Yeah, but I want me first. I should go like 35. No, 35.50 is better. Okay, I'll just wait. Do you see that core CPI is growing? Ooh. Core CPI moved up, but it didn't move up as much as the previous month-over-month period. But did you ask me that twice? I answered you before. I even drew on the screen. Economy dead? Oh, economy dead? Why no rate hikes, no do nothing? Inflation just printed at a 7-month low. And rental prices are still elevated because of the season. Cat don't give a fuck. No, it does not. Although this is probably a really good entry. 173 though. Tricky. Why is the whole market red? Because it dropped 300 points in pre-market, 250. Yeah, rental prices are way up. But it's also partially seasonal. Aren't the year-over-year comps coming down since we're now compared to high inflation of October 21? Is October 21 that high? I mean, we're at a 7-month low for inflation, but we're not at a 12-month low. Like Jan and December, November, even October was like 6.2. So I think we're still being compared to a lower inflationary climate on the year over year. Why'd the VIX not move? That's probably a good sign. What's your cost basis for Rev shares? It's like $6 and change. Not good. I mean, well, not good at the current prices. It was fine when it was at $6. I've sold covered calls on them, but I don't know how much I've picked up from premiums. I've sold a few in the money at 7. I think I sold some in the money at 8. So I've cleared some of that off with premiums, but I'm not sure. I haven't done the math on it. Market seems confused since starting bell. Do you think a capitulation rally is still in the cards? I mean, if the 3,500 puts close, we're gonna get another big move up. If we get another big move up, I guess it depends on if the 3,600s close or not. They may not, right? We could still stay fairly range bound below those puts. And the delta neutral positioning over the last 2 days, I'm sure some, if not a lot, of the calls have sold off. The negative skew adjustment on the like market maker gamma is starting to move positive, but it's still a little ways off. Maybe a few more days before it flips. Probably this. I don't have the 1014 expiration, which is really annoying. So lots of puts up to 3,600 right now. Not a ton in between here and 3540. Let me see something. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, a lot of them are still 1021, so theta, but we are slightly below the pimento right now, and if we don't regain it, that's pretty bad. GME moving sub 20, good thing or bad? I mean, bad near term, but probably really good long term. Like really good for like an OPEX, for us to get like a big OPEX event. 3,600s won't close until tomorrow. I mean, if they close. Don't forget though, a lot of them expire on 1021. 1021's weaker than it was, but it's still got a decent amount of put interest. I got my cost basis to like 6 on Rev. I also got my CB on the 35Cs down under 0.5. Nice, man. Do you think MMAT is gonna run today? I have no idea. I'm not really paying attention to it. I'm really happy for the people that are making money on it. I am. They've been holding those bags forever. But it's super risky and I don't want any part of it. Also, MMTLP doesn't have options, so check DMs for rev news. What rev news? Portfolios came in yesterday for Revlon, docket 860. The debtors are paying their bills as they come due. Since the petition date, the debtors have paid their vendor post-petition claims in the ordinary course of business or as otherwise authorized by orders of the court. Importantly, debtors maintain their ability to continue to pay their bills throughout these Chapter 11 cases in light of the substantial liquidity provided by the DIP financing and use of cash collateral. The debtors have demonstrated reasonable prospects for filing a viable plan. During their short time in Chapter 11, the debtors have taken substantial steps towards reorganization, including working expeditiously to prepare a long-term business plan that will form the basis for plan negotiations, preparing and filing their schedules of assets and liabilities, statements of financial affairs, and continuing to engage in ongoing dialogue and communication with the committee, certain organized lender, something. Okay, that just cuts off. Petition date? What's this? Credit to Deerin. Thank you, guys. With de minimis amount of cash on hand to fund operations, as Chapter 11 cases, operational and financial relief obtained at their outset afforded to the debtors the breathing spell and fresh liquidity required to help them restart a frozen supply chain in time to fulfill customer orders ahead of the 2022 holiday season. Ooh. Huh. I like that. What, man? They're paying their bills. They're doing they're doing business. They're pumping out fucking, I don't know what they sell. Depilatory creams and foundations for the geriatric, but they're pumping them out, you know. That's what's important. They put on their business socks. Yeah. Yeah. That's one way of putting it. No Discord audio. How dare you? There's absolutely Discord audio. You have no Discord sound, sir. Yeah, it's bullish, but not like squeezy bullish, just uh like long-term investment value bullish. I would have rather have heard Ron Perelman is considering recalling all his shares, but you know, survival bullish. Yes, yes, survival bullish, pre-bullish, bullish like they may not get delisted bullish. All this price drop in the market now, how is there not seller exhaustion yet? I mean, there is. There's absolutely seller exhaustion. Um, but there's still sellers. Yes, the bull before the bull, Jay Fresh. You put on your horns just in time. Is SPY getting delisted? No. Where did you hear that, man? I don't know how to draw a paying my bills pickle. Did you close the short leg in pre-market? Most of it. I'm about to get stopped out of the rest of it in a second here. Yeah, Daku's getting close to entries for me. Well, my port is a lot of red, but Rev is green. What mean? It means you have a really cheap cost basis. Can SPX just gap to 3,800 already? So Rev can MOASS and GME can go up slightly as well. I think if the SPY gaps to 3,800, Upstart might squeeze. Considering a position on Apple here for the short term. Uh, I feel like I have November 18s and I feel like I'm running out of time on these. Apple's just been a little bitch lately. Fubo having a nice recovery. Yeah, it looks good. Actually pretty impressed about how GME is holding up in this drop. Well, it still had pretty high utilization. So remember, they're going to use the drops to just offload all their internalization, which stabilizes our price. There's a give and take, for them keeping us from flipping the hedge for 2 weeks. And that's when they get us close to gamma neutral, they can offload all their internalization, which means that the next time we run up to test the gamma flip point, they can just internalize a bunch again. It's super fun. That's sarcastic. Emma, April, $2. Stop giving me percentage gains. I don't care about your percentage gains on options. I don't care if your fucking $2 contract moved up to 20 cents. Unless you have like 60,000 of them, it's just irrelevant. Is the gamma flip point gamma neutral? It should be, but no, it's not. It is skewed. Market crash off the table for now? Yeah, I don't think the market's crashing. Not today. Not this year, probably, but. Do you have any thoughts on machine learning based funds like DBMF? They tend to not perform that well. Why is Revlon going up? I don't know. I just read bullish things about it. That was cool. Are you out of nerve? Yeah, I've been out of nerve forever. Good opportunity to enter TQQQ Jan calls. Do you think they're priced well? They're cheap, yeah. You could. I have some November calls for TQQQ. I don't hate like 22s. Huh. I'll just play dailies at 18. 1750s? Ooh. Well, now I want to do that. Revlon up over 10%. Yeah, Revlon's kind of moving. Kind of moving a lot. Where's this volume coming from? Oh yeah, it's the day. Yeah, Ivy's not moving a ton. It's moving a little bit. Rebecca moving up faster than I can move my spy profits over. Hey Doric, you want to check out Revlon real quick, man? I could do it. Hmm, interesting. Oh, wait, no, that's bullshit. Hmm, kind of interesting. I sent you a DM. Oh, cool. The 1 minute. What am I gonna do with the 1 minute? I mean, yeah, but are your squat or bussin indicators flashing for Rev? It's doing some stuff. The volume's really interesting. I feel like that's a lot for the morning. Also, when does Revlon keep moving up? Ever? Something's happening here. That fucking guy who bought like 1,000 shares in aftermarket last night and pumped the price to 450 probably set off alerts at like 40 different hedge funds that it was up 10% in aftermarket. He triggered the algos. I mean, possibly. How do I get my money back? Call your broker and demand a refund. Tell them that nowhere in their documentation did it require you be intelligent. Someone's buying it. Like a lot of it. It's an okay cat entry. Is it you, Peasant Vision? Are you buying up the Revlon float? It's very pigeon whale of you. Is it Ryan Cohen? I fucking hope not. Volume is less than 500K. We're already at like 130,000 volume on it, but it's the fact that it's being bought. It's not like delta hedging, right? Like someone's just buying it. Why Intel green? I don't know. I don't know if it's Ronnie. Delta hedging what? Like there's no at the money calls. All the calls are January 35s. At what price is O Realty a good buy for you? Um, I have a target. I just can't remember what it was. Hold on. I have it written down. I'm targeting 45.82. Actually, 46 to 45.80. Huh. Yeah, Revlon looks like it's gonna hit $6. Well, that was fun. Yeah, I'll just yeah, halted. I love the financial markets so much. JB, welcome to Cornishon, man. Thank you so much. Is there rev news or is this insider trading? I just woke up with a 5-day nap. What's happening with Revlon? I don't know. Looks like it's going up. It halted. That's cool. It's all good, JB. Don't worry about it, man. I appreciate it. Someone knows something. Yeah, right? Feels that way. I'm not gonna lie, it doesn't take a lot to halt Revlon. Are you out of cat for now? No, not at all. How long does a halt last? 5 minutes. But is it coincidence on the day of their delisting hearing? Of course not. Can someone sell me some Rev after working tonight? I can pay like $6 or $7 a share. Rev gonna do a new 100% run, or what do you think? I don't know. That'd be cool, I guess. Where can Rev go? Extreme bullish case. It could squeeze. What are the Greeks on Revlon? Oh, atrocious. I'll check them, but they haven't been good. Oh, that's the wrong stock. Let me see. Gamma Max at 383, Gamma Neutral at 72 cents, Delta Neutral at 183. Interesting. A lot of sold puts. Curious. There we go. Yeah, still bullish on Revlon. Do you still use shift search for options data or what? No, we have CBOE live. So many FTDs today. Yes. Oh, look, Rev up 25% on the day. I wonder if Girk is still bullish on it. Maybe I'll ask him. I don't think that's necessary. Upstart squarting. Ooh, yeah, it is. What do you think the FTD ratio is going to be today on Revlon? I don't know. It depends on how much more volume we get. Seventy 72.75 rate to short for Rev and Fidelity. I'm sure that'll go up. I updated my Revlon video and posted it to Wall Street Bets. Let's fucking go. Put the link in chat so people can watch it. Rev, 2 red candles, no longer bullish now. No, still bullish. Hearing is right now. You know how Buffett always talks about Benjamin Graham's teachings? Do you think that anyone here will recall back on Pickle Man in an interview about your teachings? I don't know. That'd be cool though. So CK options contracts exercise to own the entire float. I'm currently writing said book. How do you know there are many sold puts? Don't you just have open interest to go from? We have time and sales. Did you buy SPY SPX calls at open? Some, yeah. Years from now, the pimento indicator will be commonplace. This is the finance world. Someone will steal it and try to sell it. How long after purchasing Rev and ETFs can APs use share creation to suppress the price? Immediately? I don't even think they have to wait for like the trade to settle. Yeah, I DJ Fresh. I still contend that that's true. I've said nothing of substance. How dare you? Jay Roland will have the pimento indicator on GME before we know it. Only $500 a month, guys. Rev ran 3.5% in the 5 seconds before the halt. Hmm. Yeah, you can't post anything about companies that are under 500 million market cap, right? So short hedge funds could sell shares of Rev to ETFs, FTD on said shares, and use the shares that the ETFs don't even have and won't for over a month. Do use share creation to create shares? No? ETFs can go buy the shares, and then short hedge funds can use the shares that are held. Ah. Use the shares that are held in the ETFs to create shares, and then they can sell those shares to short. Yeah, they can do it with puts without ever touching an ETF. Can we make sure JFresh is brushed regularly? I feel like this is the catalyst. I volunteer the mods. I'll take second shift. Okay, next question. What is timing sales? Oh, you take a stopwatch and every time a tick fills, you start it and stop it. Thank you. Rev back to 650 end of day. That'd be cool. SPX to 3650 end of day. It's possible, but unlikely. Melly Duck, thank you so much, man. Guys, give him a shout out for hooking you up with some memberships. Welcome to Cornishon. I believe this is MOASS. Well, things are going up, so that's kind of cool. AMD back to 70 during 2022. Yeah, I don't know about that. AMD will move up if the market rallies, but I wouldn't use it as an opportunity to go long AMD. I have calls on it still. I'm not happy with all the news recently, though. How about Rev $32 end of day? Upstart, who cares? I already bought more Rev today. I'm the institution now. Thank you so much, Ben. I appreciate it, dude. Does this feel like a massive bull trap? What? You could say that about all upside price movement. I ran through the 500 free ones just testing. You use a lot. It's very expensive. Moabbed? What is the Moabbed? Natty snuck into my DM, sad about Fubo cover calls. Get ready to sell them in a day or so. All right, I'm on top of it. Thanks for letting me know, Atomic. Mother of all bull traps. Oh, you're digging. You're digging for. Information you're not gonna get there, buddy. Jesus, 10-21-6. Call spike to 250 on the same quick run. Rev, a different kind of beast. Oh yeah, it's quite different. How are you feeling about your November 3800s on this drop? Oh, I bought more. The worse they feel when you buy them, the more potential they have. I bought Rev weeklies before this run up. Don't be mad at me. I'm not. If you make money, good job. Rev's Greek neutrals aren't really going to be relevant. They're super skewed. I bought cat weeklies before the drop. Be mad at me. It's okay. I had cat weeklies this week too for the 200 tests of 180. I bought Rev 5.5 Cs for 5 cents a piece on Monday. Too cheap not to buy, to be honest. Fair enough. My Fubo CCs are red. What do I do? God damn it. Ben, thank you so much, man. Appreciate it, dude. Guys, thank Ben for hooking you up with free memberships. Oh, and you nailed Dork too. Perfect. Upstart, why? Because they can't let it run. That'd be very, very, very bad for them. Where would you buy Costco for buy and hold? Lower? Like 424, 387, 350, but I'll never get it. Where are they getting the Rev liquidity from? Anywhere they fucking can. I was able to scoop 40 additional 35s yesterday for a total of 100. Can you wink and fart to let me know when to sell, please? I'm sorry, Kendra. I can't help you. I hope you do well. PT for SPY SPX today. It could retest 3600. It's a bit of a stretch right now, though. What's up, BMG? Debbie Perlman will be up there with the greatest corporate CEOs of our generation. She's a visionary makeup mogul, and she's gonna make me rich as fuck. I like the bullishness. Shirt off when reach your cost basis. Rev time, thank you for teaching me how to put lipstick on my pig of a port. She isn't the prettiest, but she's mine and she's green. Congratulations, Whiskey Dave. That's fucking awesome, man. Free options data on Webull delayed. Do you know by how much? I'm not sure how much, but yeah, it is delayed. It's only like $2.99 for the paid one, or $1.99. And then I think if you trade options, it's free. I have no idea. I'm not in control of the censorship that goes on with Ko-Fi and YouTube. Why is JFresh so bearish on Revlon? He's not. He has calls. The stank of the pores is finally off my name. Thank you for the membership. Also, is this what, if this is what bad CPI looks like, I say inflation to the moon. I mean, CPI wasn't that bad. The rate of increase was slower. I mean, it wasn't negative, which I didn't think it would be. But the rate of increase is down, and our inflation measure is, the lowest in 7 months. It's really not as bearish as the price action would indicate. Can you link your YouTube to Discord on mobile, or do I need to do it from a desktop? I think you can do it on mobile. Sold put. Why would timing sales like that tell you how many puts are sold? And why was I timed out for asking this? I have no idea. Were you spamming the chat? You just use the stopwatch and count the number of seconds. And then you divide that by the number of put OI. And then you know how many puts per second. Average. No, guys, don't do that. It's not real. I'm kidding. You don't use a stopwatch to count the puts. I was being sarcastic. I think Upstart is the most compelling play you have given us so far. I am so bullish on it. Can you say something bearish to ground me? Their CEO doesn't know what they do. What do you make of CF Industries? Recent breakthroughs in ammonia production using renewables for hydrogen power is great for fertilizer producers. Yeah, but how fast to scale, right? Are we back in the pimento? Almost. We're very close. I use a grandfather clock, even better. Everyone knows you count the puts using Mississippi's. What guy on TV? I think he was the CEO. I'm not sure. How did you know there was a high number of sold puts instead of bought puts? Because we did math. We did math that I'm not going to tell you how to do. I thought it was just a dumb hedgy guy. I'm not really sure, but that was the top of their run. Like the day that dude was on TV. After that, Upstart did nothing but go straight down. Trust me, bro, or don't. I really don't give a shit. I'm not selling it to you, right? Gurk, I'm scared. I got used to the beatings, and now I don't know what to do with all this green. Can I come over so you can hold me? You can sleep with Mr. Diggs out on the patio. Usually, an estimate for when a put is bought or sold is based on the bid ask spread at the time of the transaction. That is how it is usually estimated across hundreds of platforms. They all pretty much do it the same way. So closer to the ask, bought, closer to the bid, sold. How much can people literally be making today? I mean, I don't know. If they bought in the last like few days and like just got into Revlon, they could be up quite a bit, right? 100% on Jan 35s and $1 a share. I like spicy Gurk when his plays run. Anyone late into Rev, either buy or don't. You'll get lambasted with sarcasm, looking for information to qualify your chasing. To be fair, people aren't too late until until after I've crossed my cost basis. Was it that Voex dude on Reddit last night? Why did he go to that effort to be condescending to you and JFresh on your own subreddit? I'm not even sure why he responded to my comment to someone else on my subreddit. But whatever. If you can't take criticism, you probably shouldn't be in public. Because he really got owned by Kirk and JFresh last time. It was hilarious. That thread was hot fire. Let's fucking go. Wine time. This is why we DCA, bitches. What kind of wine you got? Boone's? You got Boone's Farm? It's not real wine, but I'll watch you drink it. As long as you've done this, do you still get that adrenaline rush when you see investments playing out like you hoped? Yeah, I mean it's always good when your thesis works out. You have like a recovery period. So I'm still reeling from Caterpillar, but it's okay. My excitement's right up there with the rest of you guys completely. I'm woo. Perlman's shares are already sort of DRS because they're held with a holding company. Five greatest stockutainment YouTubers of all time: Gherkin, 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 and Gherkin. The DDs are hot fire. Nice, visceral. You briefly explain where we're at with Revlon and what we're still waiting for. Okay, thanks, bro. Revlon's up 36% today. That's where it's at. What are we waiting for? Probably it to go up more. That would be cool. I don't have a fucking mullet. Is now the time you use the list of names you've been writing down? Not yet. That's at $10. Where's the Rev critical margin line for Jan 35 shorts? Was it like $10.48? 1.6K people and only 400 likes. What the fuck? Unbelievable. Guys, smash that dislike button. Tell me how you really feel. Don't be a little bitch about it. Just do it. You know you want to. I'm half chub. It's happening. Your tea's coming back, Carl? I mean, it halted and it's up 36% today. There's going to be some pressure. I'd be a little nervous if I was short Revlon, maybe. Did you dump your TQQQ? No. Gork PT for Revlon? I don't know, man. Figure it out. Yep, Rev has a lot of volume today. GME at 28? Only, I mean, if the market rallies really hard, maybe. Otherwise, no. Don't forget to mention how liking the stream fuels Al Gore's rhythm and boosts your place. Rev to 100? No. That's ridiculous. Right? Pimento's still relevant with the new low today. Yeah, we're back inside the pimento. So, right? Let's go to 6 and 10 and then we can discuss 100. Let's go to 20 and 25 and 30 and 50 and 75 before we discuss 100. Rev back to 1997 prices? You mean $500 a share? I mean, if that happens, I'm done. I'm just gonna walk away from this. Just because I don't want to hear the bag holders. I'm at least gonna walk away for 3 weeks. No, I wouldn't become a billionaire off of Rev going to 100. Cork is my $500 cost basis save. How many FTDs will today create? I mean, a lot. Assume that a lot of this volume is failing. I'm already a pigeon whale. Why would I become a dillionaire? No, the floor for Revlon isn't 100K. Weeklies are still bad. Will the FTDs be T+2? Market maker ones will be. We really need to cross 7 before any like crazy price action can happen. They have 45 days to announce the determination of the hearing. Oh, Jesus. What's your source for the 45 days thing? Can I take a looky, Lou? It's in the NYSE, like, delisting statutes and rules. The committee has 45 days to come to a determination. It is 45 days. We looked this up, like, a while ago. I thought it was 45 days to contest. 45 days to reschedule a hearing if challenged. They already challenged it, though, right? Ooh. 15 to contest. Exchange will make the determination within 45 days of the receipt of the proposed plan and will promptly notify the company of its determination in writing. Okay, that seems... Colonel Mustard, can you DM me the source so I don't have to go dig through PDFs again? Yeah, they're supposed to try to get the results out as fast as possible. I think the hearing's going on right now. Fubo, Jimmy, and Upsquart doing stuff. Yeah, no, Fubo's almost at $4. I'm getting ready to sell some covered calls on it. Which hedge funds are we murdering by investing in Rev? Same ones. Susquehanna, Citadel, 2 Sigma. All our favorite short sellers. Merrill Lynch, probably. We've got volume. Can we do TA on Rev yet? I mean, it bounced. So that's kind of cool. Ooh. Here's the 4-hour. I guess we finally found a floor. Yeah, Dow's coming back really strong. But there's also a sector shift as well. Don't forget that. A lot of money is moving towards value investment. But yeah, the Dow could be leading for the rest of the indices. How far out are you looking to sell Fubo calls? I mean, I'm not going to sell them into OPEX. Any thoughts on Cat's earnings? They'll probably be good. Thank you, Colonel Mustard. Fourth paragraph. Yeah, okay. So Rule 802.02, evaluation and follow-up procedures for domestic companies. The company has 45 days upon the receipt of the letter to submit its plan to the exchange for review. Okay. Suspension delisting procedures will commence. If the company is determined to be below the criteria listed in section 8021, B, the plan it represents must demonstrate how it will return to compliance with the applicable continued listing standard by the end of the plan period. In any event, all companies submitting a plan must include quarterly financial projections, details related to any strategic initiative the company plans to complete, and market performance support. Exchange staff will evaluate the plan, including any additional documentation that supports the plan, and make a determination as to whether the company has made a reasonable demonstration in the plan of an ability to come into conformity with the relevant standards within 18 months. The exchange will make such a determination within 45 days of the receipt of the proposed plan and will promptly notify the company of its determination in writing. That sounds like we'll know today. Well, hold on. So they had 45 days to submit it. And then after receiving it, NYSE has 45 days to make a decision. I think we'll know sooner versus later too, but it's two overlapped 45-day periods, and we don't know on what day it received. On what day like the NYSE received the proposed plan, right? What's the fucking point of today then? If they're just gonna make the determination off of the proposed plan, why have a hearing at all? And all it took was eight ends Ben starting a 1K Rev after hours buy to jiggle the algo handle. Hertz decision. Yeah, I know Hertz decision was 2 weeks after the hearing. Wasn't the proposal the court filing you read at Market Open? No, that was from the bankruptcy court. And you know, it was a statement that the debtors were paying their bills and have demonstrated reasonable prospects, which has got to be good for continued listing, right? Like really good for continued listing. Is there an infection of GME bots in here? GME's going up slightly. Still down on the day, but it's moving up. Do we know the amount of debts they need to clear? It's like three billion. A little more than 3 billion, I think. Current liabilities are 969 million. Non-current liabilities 3.88 billion. Oh no. Just move that? Son of a bitch. Here? I don't remember where the fuck it was. We read about steps involving the staff that's earlier and has already happened. Today's hearing is by the committee on the appeal of the initial decision by the staff. Oh, okay. What strike Fubo cover calls you thinking? I don't know. 450, something like that. Dole, it's bananas. You need to fucking relax. It's only fallen into my buy range like twice. And just barely. Just on volatility. No, Control Z doesn't work. $3.5 billion in debt. But that's not current liabilities are under $1 billion. Do you mind talking about the market psychology behind index price action today? Do you think this could be the certainty the market was looking for us to have finally found a floor and commence a bear rally? Yeah, it's very possible. I mean, puts are overpriced, and so we're not seeing a lot of downside positioning. It's not really that anyone's bullish, right? It's just that it costs too much. It costs too much money to leverage the downside. And so bears need a rally just as badly as bulls want one. Not that there are a lot of bulls, but the news today wasn't nearly as bad as the price action would indicate. And I think with the last bit of puts cleared out and us starting to move into the last, 10 DTE of those big in the money put positions, we're in a good spot. We didn't crash, right? About 3550C before you set it on stream, and then accidentally sold it at a $30 loss when I meant to take profit on my Netflix puts. I could have 3x'd. Whoopsies. Shit happens. The market will move more today and probably tomorrow. At what price would you be over 50 million with Rev? I have no idea. I haven't done the math. One second, guys. Oh. Fuck. Um, sorry, one second. I'm just trying to look at something here. Weird. Um, Check out ACI. I will. As a pigeon whale, what's my profit share percentage on your rev gains? 0. JC. 0.00. Look, he sat up. It's about time to do no, I'm trying to find something. Hold on. Okay. All right. I'm good. Sorry about that. Explain yourself and your actions against the Brotherhood. What? My only regret is not buying more Caterpillar today. And the market's really starting to move up. Talk about GME. What about it? It's just moving up with the market, man. I love FUD out here. They're comparing Rev to Sears. Sears was undermined by its C-suite. We have Deborah Perelman, the most accomplished CEO over time. Hashtag feminism. Okay. I mean, yeah. Sears was undermined by their C-suite. Why is Ryan Cohen painted as such a villain with BBBY? He made an investment and sold it when it was profitable. I don't know. Bag holders. Rev about to be worth more per share than Bobby. That's not like a market cap comparison, though. Do we need to compare it? Bro, what a day. My cat calls dipped to 68%. Now they're back to 124. That's why you buy Theta on cat. What the Fubo? Yeah, Fubo hitting 410. Today's just a great day for all of my stocks. Did I miss anything? Sorry when I watched away. I'll try to go back and chat and answer some stuff. What price point am I allowed to ask about Fubo? I don't know. Over $5. I usually just set buy orders at different prices, Yaga. So I figure out like how much capital I'm gonna put in, and then I split it up over a range of prices where I think the price is likely to fall. And then if it doesn't, and like it starts moving out of my buy range, I just move it up and deploy the rest of the capital. So like say there's a stock and I want to buy it at these 4 prices, right? And because I think, you know, the stock is going to do this over time. And you know, it starts moving up here outside of my expectations, then, you know, I'll just take this capital and buy back in while it's still below my initial buy-in point. And that way, you know, I'm fully positioned, you know, because the price didn't go the way I planned. What's your basis on the 3800s? I think they're like 42.67 or something right now. They're still like $10 under water, or well, like $7 underwater now. We're confirming. Hit the ETF buy-in button for Rev. I'm not in control of that. Chainsaw Man. What? Natty wigging out about his Fubo CCs. Time to sell Fubo CCs now. Getting there, right? It's got to be pretty close. Here's what I feel like happens. Natty sells CCs, and then all kinds of bullish news immediately follows the initial sale. So you buy the dip then, is what you're saying? I mean, I've averaged them down. I think when I first started buying them, they were like 55 or 60, and when they hit like 102 each on that little rally we had, and I sold about half of them off, and then I started buying them again when we fell back below 3,700. So I'm not actually sure what my cost basis is with the profits I captured, but they're up. If we keep moving up, they'll be up more today. I think they are bright, like they're green at like 36.20, something like that. Was CPI good? Not really. It just wasn't that bad. The jobs report, unemployment came in higher again. So that was bullish. No one talked about it, but it happened. Who are these 2 people from the Superstock Discord in here going off about GME? We know GME is running. It's right there on the fucking screen. Somebody think today's like MOASS or something? How is it after all this time people still don't understand how hedging works? Yeah, GME not running. GME positive beta. Just moving up with everything else. Jim is still the original play. Stop shilling. I know, I fucking own it, you shithead. Jimmy is gonna print today, mark my words, rant over, that's all. Okay, whatever. I hope so, then I can sell covered calls. Are you, I guess you're buying, so that's cool. Super suckers in this chat are like curious Amish people sneaking into modern civilization. Add a bit. Just stay zen, guys. Totally chill. Do people not realize that GME hit 27 at market open yesterday? It's still down $1 from yesterday's highs. Yeah, but if the market rallies, it'll do well, right? The MM's buying into rising prices. I saw what you wrote, Google is trash. Dude, I give you so much credit. The second GME has a rather green day, it's so clear this chat is going to get flooded with assessors. Much respect for dealing with that. I mean, is it green yet? A little bit, 2%. Still not as good as Tuesday. Market over here trying to go positive and rip to 3,800. Yeah, it's moving up. 36, getting close. Is my absurd 0 DTE play gonna print? Maybe. I have 15 3650s for 0 DTE today. I bought them for 10 cents. Holy shit. That went up quick. Let's more of that, please. Okay, so my 0 DTE plan worked out. Ha! Fuck you, bears. Yeah, Upstart looks good too. What's Jamie's gamma flip for today? That might be important to know. I can't remember. 2570? Close. Oh no, past it. Cool. Let's see if they buy an obscene number of puts now. Oh no, I got stopped out of half of my 0 DTEs. Lame. Yeah, I saw that. The spread of the 3,800s are ape shit. I fucking love the SPX. I bought 15 like contracts. So I had the 3650 open from yesterday, and when the market tanked this morning, it went down to 10 cents. So I just bought 14 more of them. SPX is the best. Do you see more upside for SPX today? Yeah, it broke 3,600. That's really bullish. I averaged on my 3800s, but not my 36s. I don't. I don't have November 3600s. My 3600s are for October 21st. I'm not gonna. I wasn't gonna buy that much. Theta's so expensive on SPX, especially with VIX this high. It's just. Is the market bounce good for Revlon, or does it not really affect it? Yeah, it helps. Your 3600s are in the fucking money, is what they are. OG rules. I love the market so much. I should really put a stop on these SPX calls that are up 600%, right? Nothing like making money off both legs of the straddle. Let's fucking go. Right, dude? God, I love this market. What's the gamma flip point for Upstart? Let me check. 2524. So it's just past it. Here's the deal though. When it crosses, you know, they start buying lots of puts, right? So when it breaks, they're gonna try to reverse the trend. So just because it breaks doesn't mean the hedge is gonna flip instantaneously, right? They'll just pile into puts as much as they can. Now, if it keeps pushing up, right, into their puts and they start losing ground, that's when it can break. So it's really gotta move up more than just the flip point. But the flip point's really important because it's the point at which they have like the most pressure on them, right? You know what? Let me put up the Greek neutrals for Upstart as well. Seems like a good idea. I know you guys are going to ask about Revlon, but the ones on Revlon are irrelevant, unfortunately. Two. FUBO will be $100 in a few years, in my opinion. That's why I've been buying so much of it. I'm really bullish on it. I don't think it's gonna be $100 in a few years, but I think it's got a lot of growth potential. All right, I'm out of SPX calls, like the 1 DTs at least, or 0 DTs. That was awesome. I just made like 20 grand on 0 DTs. Cool. What a great day. Don't forget your TQQQ. Oh yeah. I forgot those. Those I'm just gonna close. 200% is more than enough. Nice, Coma. Yeah, what a delight. It's gonna bounce here too and piss me off, but I'm okay with it. I nailed like 10 contracts at the top, so that was pretty good. Yeah, Rev looks good. I think they're all three are about to bounce. Ooh. Should I gun it? No. That's just fucking greedy. Or maybe I should. $20K? Well, sometimes averaging down pays off hard. I feel like it's joked about, but how the MMs can set IV to whatever they want. But how true is that? In reality, there's a formula determining it. Thanks. I mean, they're not gonna like. Well, that's not true. I'm gonna say they're not gonna blatantly downshift IV. Think of it this way: options pricing is static based on its Greeks, right? But implied volatility is the knob that market makers have to adjust the pricing of contracts. Not as bored as yesterday. No, today was a great day. Very happy with today. My puts printed this morning. Then I averaged down the long side of my straddle, and that went ape shit. It's a good day. It's a very good day. It's on the 1 minute. Everything's on the 1 minute. And it's only been 2 hours. Yeah, I mean, this breakout was awesome. And that's from that like wedge that we drew before, right? Like it gapped down below the wedge and then just filled and broke out. Pretty good so far. If volume starts to come down, we could retest 3600, but I don't think we're going to. That was a lot of put side capitulation. So I told you guys earlier, like if those 3500 puts started closing out, we'd get another big like capitulation rally. Be careful trying to play more upside on this. Like don't chase it at this point. It's really risky, and we're more likely to get rejected at the next test and consolidate before it moves up more naturally. So try to be really careful with that if you're playing a SPY or SPX. Like if I was entering long on SPX right now, I'd be targeting like 7 DTE or more, because you want time for it to move up, and you want to probably be able to hold overnight. You want to at least be able to hold through probably through Friday, right? The big put expiration. Fubo gamma ramp is insane. MOASS? No, I don't think so. Fubo's not like a squeeze play. I know people want it to be, but it's really not. It's super liquid. I wouldn't bet on it for a squeeze. So this is like a nice bar. If it holds this and doesn't get rejected at the test, then we might see like 36.50. But like I said, if you're gonna play that, play it long, because we could get rejected at 36.35. And if we do, we'll probably fall back down to like sub 3600 or right to 3600. And this isn't like a great entry for a 36.50 play. Yeah, see, it looks like it's starting to get rejected already. I'm probably like a little off on this time frame. This is still the 1 minute, right? Let's see. So really we want right there. We want, I hate charting on this. So this is like so you guys know this is where the entry is, right? Like few candles. You would either, after such a big run, you'd probably straddle this for safety purposes. If this bounces before reaching the trend, then it's bullish. Like really bullish. But if it hits the trend, I mean, the chances of it breaking down are like, it's probably about like 60-40. It's not. It's like 62-38, but close enough. This is the first real volume day for Rev since 822. Yeah. It's good, right? Because Rev fails at a really, really high rate. So more volume. So I discussed this in my DD that I wrote, which called The River Runs Dry. And if you guys haven't read it, I really suggest you do to get a better understanding of how all of these plays work. But low liquidity creates high volume, right? So see how it's picking up a higher trend? This means that buyers are still exuberant, right? Like that's the initial trend that we drew. So if it holds above here, buyers are still really strong. And it may break out again. Like you may get another, it won't be probably as big, but we may get like another like pop. I prefer the river running red, like my ports. No, not 3800's kind of ridiculous. Fubo has some huge gaps to fill on the upside. Yeah, it does. What percent up do you look to close? 7 DT options, take profits. I mean, it depends on what my target is. Usually I have like a plan and a price target. No, I haven't sold Fubo CCs yet. It's still moving up. I don't think it's like you don't sell CCs into a rising market. Outlook on October OPEX. I don't know. It's better. I'm gonna get exposure to it. I just don't like October for a run. Um, a lot of GME's potential could get burned up if the market rallies here. And if we see another like risk off, like if Upstart moves really hard and like the basket and they do a risk off in the basket, that could be very bearish for like OPEX, right? Like what we saw in August, like on the 16th. I'm not sure how correlated Upstart is with the basket, but the positioning is very similar. Thanks for your conviction, Gurk. Sold weekly spy calls for 880% gain. Nice, dude. I have a $4 cover call for Fubo that expired this week. Thoughts on rolling up and out? Um, hmm. Yeah, you could. I mean, there's definitely some risk on those, right? So yeah, usually you would try to roll. You want to make sure that you roll in a sufficient range that you don't get assigned, right? Because you don't want to keep rolling. Are we gonna see some positive movement over the next couple of weeks? Do you think? Yeah, I think so. And the market. This is a really good, healthy bounce for the market here. So, and it's putting a bit of pressure on the put positions. So this will probably be the breakout for SPX. SPX calls are amazing. I know. Thanks, Mr. Sadman. $3,800 win for SPX? Probably. I don't want to say too soon because there could be a bit of a struggle. Um, definitely not till like next week. I don't think. I'd be shocked if the market moved up to like 3,800 this week. That'd be insane. That would imply huge amounts of put capitulation. Like all of the sellers left. I just said it was gonna break out. How do you trade SPX? I can't find it on Webull. You just type in SPX. I think you have to turn it on. The ability to turn $40 into 1,000 is why I love the SPX. This bear market volatility is too much. I turned $10 into 1,500 today. That was pretty cool on a few of those contracts. Not all of them, but a bunch of them. There's a gap at 3,700. Yeah, there's one up above us, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. You can slow fill a gap too, right? Like you're not gonna necessarily just rocket through a gap. The bigger they are, the better the chance that they cause some volatility. But sorry, I'm sure you've covered earlier. What's up with Rev? Should I go back? Today's their delisting hearing. It had some pretty spicy price action this morning. It seems to have died off a little bit, but Still holding a much, much higher price point. I now understand why some people only play SPX and become just absolute beasts at it. You know, I know a lot of people that play SPX and they don't do that well. It's very, very hard. You need a really good understanding of options positioning and macroeconomics to make money on SPX. I think there's a lot of people that play it with spreads and they make some money, but it's not a ton. But I mean, I guess that's what depends on your goals. Like if your goal is to make $100,000 a year, you can learn consistency on the SPX and hit that target, right? MMTLP down 40%. Where are all those people today? Dude, who cares, man? Like why attack people for the stocks they own? At least it went up, right? Better than buying AMC, which only goes down. I don't understand the infighting though, right? Like fuck AMC holders because they're just the worst. But like we all owned Bobby at one point, right? Some of us made money, some of us didn't. But there's probably a better way to approach those people than just shitting all over them. I don't know. I've tried both and one of them definitely doesn't feel as good as the other. If I'm doing it, it's because I'm trying to get a message across and they're fucking obstinate. Why is Jimmy not following SPX over the last 5 to 10 minutes? They can internalize. They're gonna try to keep it from breaking out, right? I mean, we kind of do that with SS, but to be fair, you've tried, really tried to help them, and they didn't like it. It's sad. I mean, I still do. People still show up here every day from Super Stonk and usually leave immediately, but the ones that stay and learn more, it's really good for them. We all came from Super Stonk, right? This is the first day Revlon's just looked like a stock, like, like a tradable asset in the market. Look at the gaps. There's no fucking gaps. Could this be the make or break point? If we don't hold 360, SPY trend in the coming weeks could adopt to the 300, 320 mark year end. I think by the year end we could see 3200. It's possible. It's more likely that we see it in quarter 1, quarter 2 of next year. But it's possible that we see it this year. We need some really bad data to facilitate that drop. I think after this recovery, we're in for like a solid, maybe not crazy fast, but a solid increase through like December into Q1 earning or Q4 earnings. I think we could continue moving up. I mean, besides like SLD periods and near term drops, I think, you know, for several reasons. One, you know, inflation is still stabilizing in the upper range. The Fed is building confidence in their plan. Not that their plan's great or it's going to work, but people are people are relying on them more because they keep saying the same thing. Like, we are going to target that aggressive rate no matter what. That's what we're moving towards. And once, you know, the market's no longer uncertain, you can see more growth. There's still a lot of other things that could catalyze a crash, but the core things are looking better. It's SPX. It's the it's the S&P 500. Um yeah, you don't actually need a faster refresh rate monitor. Like 60 hertz is fine because tick data is only printed every second. But everything looks better with 144. You think they will wait until after 26 for capitulation on the weekly calls? Probably. Mr. Kofi, sorry. Um, where is it? Hey Greg, so I wanted your advice on if the market will continue to go up over the next few weeks. I have November 3080 calls and I'm up 35,000, but I want to hold if we're still going to go up. I mean, I would protect your profits from unexpected drop, but it sounds like you have plenty of theta. I have 3800 calls on SPX, so similar positioning, targeting a similar range. Whoa, what the fuck? Is that Vivix? Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that last night. There's a lot more breathing room for short vol right now on VIX. I don't know how I could go back to a normal job after clicking a button and making $500 in 20 seconds. Yeah, that's fair. It's just nothing to really share. It's just like macro analysis. Upstart's still on Reg Show. Just you know what I mean? SPX failed the uptrend? No. I told you guys it was gonna have another like momentum backed breakout. It did. Now it'll more likely settle to the trend. Like bullish momentum is not just gonna keep ramping up, right? We're still in a bear market. So this was really bullish. The fact that it found the higher trend, it meant that, you know, buyers were still very exuberant. You know, we got that another big pop, right? And now when this fails, you know, if buyers remain exuberant, you know, we could pick up another higher trend, but the next pop will be weaker. Because, you know, they're losing steam. A lot of this move to the upside, you know, is backed by short capitulation, not long interest, right? So this is a little higher. So maybe another breakout. Can cat test 190 if it breaks 185? Yeah. There's resistance at like 187.50 though. Not long interest, not yet. Not like leveraged interest to the upside. It'll be a few days. Short term long interest, yeah. Because it ran, right? So people pile in. And long interest over time, but not like we're not going to just continue to see unbridled exuberance and people loading up 0 DTEs, right? How come we don't talk about Wyckoff anymore? I mean, what do you want me to say about it? I do. Wyckoff's kind of shittier in bear markets, but I still analyze it. I mean, it's just price analysis. I talked about it on Fubo. A big part of the reason I bought Fubo was because institutional interest appeared to be picking up, and it was in like a very solid accumulation phase. Well, what Upstart's doing is it keeps pushing the gamma flip point up, right? So it's putting pressure on the gamma flip point, which is causing them to buy more puts. If the market continues to apply pressure, at some point they're going to have to capitulate, and that's when the gamma point would flip. Too late to chase cat? Risky. It's not too late to chase it, but I wouldn't chase. I would like enter or target like 185 for like 30 or 45 DTE. I wouldn't try to play like the rest of today's price action. That's really risky. Revlon higher than Bobby. Really? Yeah. That's crazy. And before they write a DD that they're using Revlon to short Bobby. I'll get out ahead of that. Um, there isn't enough Revlon in existence to short anything. There isn't even enough Revlon in existence to short Revlon. Is there a way to get better fills on SPX stop outs? Or do you just take what you can get? Use limit sells, like stop limits, so that you get a better fill. Sometimes when it's really volatile, it's better just to use the market sell, but you can also like use like profit limit, like you set a limit order for sale instead of a stop. You just set like an upper limit. That's risky though, because you can gap over, or you may not get a fill on like a volatility spike. Like on these like peaks, you know, contracts can move up a lot. I mean, like here on this last one when I was selling them, they were moving between like $12 and $16 on the 39.50s or 36.50s that I had. Right? And like so you can put a limit sell for 16 and cross your fingers, and sometimes you'll get a fill. Or you can do it at like 14 and then you'll just get best fill above 14. You can get lucky with that too. Stop limits are great, but it takes time to set them up. So, you know, you're always going to have slippage to algorithms or high frequency traders. I realized 2 months of dumpster wages in the past 2 hours. Here's your cut, you filthy animal. I'd give you more, but you have more money than me, and that would make me dumb. Yes, I'm calling pigeon whales dumb. Get wrecked. Thanks, big dildo Danyaner. I appreciate it, man. I didn't get to play the SF6 beta. They didn't give me a code. Did anyone mention Albertsons today? Probably not, but it's not a bad like recession play. Grocery stores tend to be good. Kroger, Albertson. Breaking news: Porsche files 74.1% stake in Revlon. It's gonna be amazing to see how much rev volume failed today. A decent amount. We've already traded over, like way over the float, right? Could this be the beginning of a bear rally? We'll see. I'd want more confirmation. Holding prices above 3,700 would be important. Right now, you know, at the current peak, it's a lower high, so not super bullish just yet. Bullish long term, but not a great price point to enter on the long side. If you're buying with theta, you could probably get better prices. I lost half my savings on BBBY a couple months ago. Now I finally got back on my options grind and I'm up 30% on my GME options. Am I doing this right, Dad? Congratulations, man. Good job. Has anyone started pushing DRS on Revlon? Oh, Jesus, I hope not. Revlon making puts cheaper today, I see. Yep. I'm not Giga Bear until we get a rally. I mean, I'm bearish on the macro environment. I'm like 6 to 12 months out. I'm very, very bearish. But the near term, I'm pretty bullish. Like 30 days, 45 days. Pretty bullish on the upside. Why is SPX trading like a penny stock? It always does. It's the best $3,000 penny stock money can buy. When we have some downtime, can you discuss how you use FinViz to screen stocks? I don't anymore.
I haven't done that for a long time. And no. If you want to learn to set up screeners, you need to do it on your own. You need to find a methodology. You need to test different ones. I can't handhold you through it. Because learning to do that is a big part of learning to like actively trade. Because first you need to build strategies, right? And then you need to learn how to identify those strategies in equities that you want to trade. And learning both of those things is like kind of how to say this without sounding like a douchebag. You've got to write your own story. I'm nobody's screener. Fuck you. Nailed it. Live, laugh, love. It's really important because you don't want to form biases based on like someone else's trading style. It may not work for you, right? You know, there is a part of trading that's more of an art form than it is just analysis. And you really do need to build that on your own. It's important because not only do you learn consistency and you learn how to look for the strategy that you know how to execute, but you also build confidence in that strategy, right? God, what's what? Claw Ranch. I'm waxing philosophical. People are just looking for slightly better odds on their degenerate gambling. I know. Step one, go learn how to value a company. Is this market MOASS? Too soon, Dork. Too soon. But yes. For resolution, 2K. Valuation in the current climate is hard. Yeah. But you can if you can identify if something is overvalued or undervalued, that helps you a lot positionally, right? Even if you're just trading something on the intraday, knowing the value of the thing you're trading is important. I didn't time you out. I don't ever time anyone out. It's all Carl, Fluffy, and Visceral. Tasty Works won't allow me to open any positions on Rev, but Fidelity still does. Okay. Yeah, WeBull doesn't give a shit. Something I've come to like about WeBull over the last like few months is when other brokers don't allow positioning, WeBull doesn't seem to fucking care. Like when TDA stopped out or PCO'd the Revlon strikes and Webull was still letting me buy them. I might have timed you out, Stefan. But it's you. There's lots of valuation methods. Pick one. They're all pretty formulaic. WeBull holding strong at 420, right? Are your Greek neutrals for all expirations? Yes. Whole chain. Fubo on the 1 minute looks like a fractal of GME on the weekly chart. Doric, don't ever say fractal to me again, or I'm booting you off the quant team. You banned Koala Hugger for good reason. Valuation methods. You can use like earnings multiplier, discounted cash flow, book value, liquidation value. You can use, did I say earnings multipliers? You can use earnings multipliers. You can use comparable analysis, like an assessor would. So you can compare to like other companies in the sector. Um, those are the big ones, I think. I think that covers most of the big ones. They're all different plays. Sino Levy. Fubo's a buy and hold. Bobby is not bankrupt yet. Revlon is bankrupt. I can't believe you didn't say fractal again, Dork. UVX will add a little movement for this morning's drop as opposed to SQQQ that topped out at 70. Is volatility only derived during market hours? Is with UVXY weighted unevenly for the drop? I think UVXY is based off of VIX futures, right? It's like the contract in front. The upstart volume at 1147 was a huge sell to open straddle at $28, 15,000 contracts. Interesting. It's another one of them. Huh. Short straddles. Okay. Yeah, koalas are dumb as shit. Um, they don't have enough folds in their brain. Your carrot was obviously sufficient. I refuse to risk losing access to JFresh's scrutiny. Why do I keep betting on the long side in a bear market? Well, because it's not very impressive to just buy far dated puts and wait. This isn't a fucking mutual fund. Contrarian investment for the big monies. I should dress up as Gensler for Halloween. Yeah, the market's going pretty flat, by the way. All the exuberance has died off. If it's gonna fail to the downside, it'll probably do it soon. Made 100% on SPX calls. Thanks, Gert. Congratulations, Gilgamesh. Doug Dimmadil. Dimmadil Domes. I don't know. I'm pretty good at valuation. Daily reminder, margin failures aren't real. Thanks, Grant Jackson. How's your hole? Used up since September. Yeah, the Fed really rated it this time around. What did Dan say? The Dan hole in front of me looks like a fractal of Dork's status in the Concord. Sorry if you answered, but what kind of coffee machine do you have again? I have a Profitec Pro 600. I like it. It's a good one. Next SPX gain, and I'm getting one. Nice. I need to set up some deals with espresso machine sales teams. Get myself some commissions. It's like, listen, I'm selling day traders espresso machines. Hook me up. I just want I don't want money. I just want free espresso shit. That stuff's expensive as fuck. I may have solved the riddle of centaur genital placement. I believe it displays in the front at the bottom of the torso, but originates at the back and is neatly tied to the horse underbelly. So just like long taint. So this whole part is just taint. I like it. It's a pretty good analysis. What's the thought on near-term rev price action? Push down before a news hearing, from hearing breaks, or consolidate? It's so panicky. Missed fills yesterday on 35s. Deciding whether to buy here or wait. Thanks. I mean, the price is currently stagnant. I don't know if it's going to continue to be. Ah, yeah, affiliate links. That's what they're called. My goal is to buy a decent. It's my dream machine. I had one. I hated it. Like, I just wanted to make coffee in the morning. I didn't want to like program a fucking raspberry, right? If you're making like one really great cup of coffee a day, it's probably awesome. Everyone was looking to get in below $1 for 35s 3 weeks ago. I had an order for 2,000 contracts at 0.25 yesterday, and I never got a fill. I only filled on like 5 of them. It was sad. I'm not gonna buy them now because they're too much money. As a regular connoisseur of centaur hentai, it's at the back like a horse. The centaur body and torso just goes really short when they want to do insertion and kissing at the same time. Ah, fucking Reddit, man. I need eye bleach, ear bleach, both. Why not make a profile and save it? Because you get different beings and you got to change everything. That's my fear on the decent machine, but I want to find out for myself. Fair enough. That was really my only issue with it, was just that. Fortunately, I ended up being able to sell it for more than I bought it for. And that was cool. They're expecting strong shorting on GME beginning next week. Mm, yeah, it could start as soon as then. Lots of puts on Upstart. Some puts on Upstart. What do you look for when deciding to sell Fubo CC, Strike, and DTE? I don't know. I don't want to get assigned, so usually out of the money and not very far for expiration. 88520. If you know, you know. I don't. I don't know. What? You know what? Don't tell me. I don't want to. I don't want to know. Thank you, Jean Claude. Thoughts on Spy over the next week with SLD? Well, SLD is the middle of next week. But, you know, even though SLD leads to a dump, usually, like 200 BPS or so, it also generally recovers really well. The next OPEX is after October 21st. T+2. So the was it like the 24th through 26th of this month? Thoughts on Tesla? I mean, they've had a lot of really bad news lately. I don't know. If it runs maybe later in the cycle. Tell JCVD to get Dillionaire back. He has money for multiple Ko-Fis. Smacks my head. Is it? Isn't Jean-Claude Van Damme a Dillionaire? Already? I feel like he is. I'm already a pigeon whale. I know you are, JC. Thank you. Smacks my head, shake my head. I think it's more common there. I don't know. Should I get lunch? I don't want to watch the market drop again. I think we test 365 again today. Yeah, we could later in the day, probably. This is gonna consolidate down for at least a little bit. We might get a breakout here. Close. Here, this broke down, so we don't have to track that anymore. We broke out through this, so we can get rid of those. Let's see. We have a descending wedge here, right? It's pretty steep. So we'll be looking for like a move. Yeah, right about now. I guess this could fail again, but we're on the EMA, so a little less likely. I'm not a zillionaire. It's expensive and doesn't help with my strategy. Also, Ko-Fi is fun. Where's the expensive? If zillionaire is expensive, your strategy sucks. I can make you say numbers like 177013 when you have no idea what I mean. That's true. Yeah. He's not a zillionaire. I miss him. That's fair. You know what, guys? No matter how far and wide the 510 gang is spread, we'll always have Feb 18s, right? You know, I told you guys a little while ago that Upstart has 510 calls. It has them for January 2024. Man, I am playing the SPX like a fiddle today.
Just look at the data. Less than $30 for a 510 call. Just do the fucking math. It'll make your wife's bank account crawl. And once you get that itch, open up the calculator, realize you're gonna be rich. Might just be my fiscal immaturity, the definition of financial irresponsibility. Just when you least expect it, surprise 100x gain just on your initial investment. What you gonna do? Take your profits and walk? I said, fuck no, man. I'm gonna use that leverage to cock it, lock it, double down and profit. Show my gains to Gert like a first place ribbon on a science fair project that he didn't help me with, cause technically can't. Come Rumpu, Rumple, Dr. Something Dinosaur, Delta Strike, Eric D, Pickle, Morty's hugging me, Dunkston, Parks Car, Salmonella, Smock Spots, Cat Duck, Army Vent, Jay Wallen on Trash Stands, Nutsack, Windmill, Corn Trader, Moon Moon, Dan Work, Renzer, Long Boy, Optimist, PHL, Black Dilla, Snow Case, Saber, YG, Bourbon, and that bear named Data, Wayfarer, Dandelion, Walford, Danley, Wardeck Concrete, Dave of the Pigeon Whales Diet, Birdman, Buff Dan, JG, Cybernetic.
Do you have a ball play for Upstart?
Kermit, Desperate Danny, MMON, Merc the Jerk, Darkborn, Heart
Yeah?
Intellectual Comfort, Pablo, Enthazar, Delta Strike, Woe Heavy,
Sort of? Not really, I guess. I'm not in any vol positions on it yet. Not any like pure volatility plays. It's expensive if you're a cheapskate. And I do all right. I just spent 20K USD on a new kitchen. Hashtag 510. Nice, dude. Congratulations. At which point should I cut my 390C for October 21? What's possible till then? 380? Don't think so, right? 390 for October 21? That's a bit overdoing it. Where's Trash working? My Wall Street Rev video is the top of our short squeeze. We're about to moon. Oh, Jesus Christ. Upstart 510 Jan 2024, combining the power of the 510 gang and Theta gang. Let's fucking go. Is this a new Pickle song? No, it's an old Pickle song. Jan 35C gang, rise up. I wouldn't say the Jan 35 is nearly as refined as the 510. How about Spy 365C for $10 this morning, just for poops and giggles. Sold it 100%. I had no idea I could have sold at 300 instead. Oh well. I mean, yeah, that's fair. According to my calculations, Rev is most likely to short squeeze. This is because women mostly use Rev products, and they are both shorter than men on average, but also more squeezable. Interesting. That's a different approach to stock analysis. I'd love to hear more. Have you considered writing a DD? You can't deny it's top of the chain garbage. Yeah, but I mean, if something short squeezes, where else would you want to be? I mean, yeah, it does. Ugh, God, who cares? Maybe why just move past Rev? This horse race is awesome. Is there a race going on? That was the entirety of my DD. If I can't fit it in 200 characters, it's wrong. Okay. I spy with my little eye. A bull flag on the Rev 30 minute. Do my eyes deceive me? It's been quiet for a bit, but thanks for all you do, Gurk. Your eyes have not deceived you. This is some sort of forced covering, it looks like. Just imagine the people that printed off the House of Cards DD and put it into a book. It makes me laugh every time I think about it. You know what makes me laugh is I wrote a DD. My first like big DD that I wrote that had any traction was like the exit strategy DD. And all throughout it, I didn't confirm anybody's bias on the floor being, $69 million. And somehow got away with that without being, burned alive at the stake. People printed that DD out too. We're up to 75 trillion now, Gork. They didn't even split the floor when the stock split. Like, it was just too hard to divide by 4. That was before my exposing you as a shill gained traction. I see. Who's more bullish? The guy who owns GME and believes in MOASS, or the guy who owns GME and doesn't? I don't need an exit strategy when Blanderson Snooper's financial advice is to tell me no sell, no sell. Imagine waiting the entire process for like Kenny to be charged and sentenced before you sell your shares. Charged, convicted, and sentenced. Take it even further, the guy who owns Jimmy and believes in MOASS can't happen. That's more bullish. Gurkle, I'm never selling. My infinity pool shares can be used as infinite margin. Popcorn Trader, you already sold, didn't you? Do people understand that Ken Griffin is way more likely to be charged with domestic abuse than financial fraud? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter which one he's charged with as long as he's charged, right? The irony with the apes is literally that if you just learned the market, you can make the same returns you're hoping for on GME by trading SPX 3 times a year. I mean, you have to trade SPX at the perfect time 3 times a year, but yeah. Last year I was diamond handing 20 shares of GME to stick it to the man and reading DD on S. Now I'm holding a bankrupt makeup and laughing at Bears win. You've come so far. SPX gonna retest 3600? Maybe. It's possible, yeah. I think this looks a little more bullish. Like, it broke out, failed, but it's holding like the EMA 60. So, I mean, support's pretty good. We could probably break to the upside again before a bigger failure, like the upside of 3633. The guy that heard a stock runner on the bus and held GME bullish as fuck. Yeah, I don't own any GME. It's a trash company that sells hard copies of video games. You're such a paper-handed bitch, popcorn trader. You paper-handed your CERN puts, you paper-handed your GME, and you paper-handed your Pigeonwell membership. Can you even hold your poop in anymore? I do like selling covered calls, BMG. That sub 3500 was for 3500 entry was the perfect opportunity today. The test of 4300 in August was a perfect opportunity. Buying Monday at close last week was a perfect opportunity. Yeah. I mean, there's really good opportunities, I know. But we're also in a bear market, right? Like, it's not as much fun in a bull market when you're buying overpriced calls with theta and just waiting. Kirk's bro ass. One of those paper handings is way worse than the others, and the real ones know which one it is. Still waiting to profit from my Rev 123.35C. I haven't hit my 87-cent cost basis. I guess wait for Gex, or just wait and see what happens, right? You have, what, 99 days to expiry? Have you sold any Fubo covered calls yet? No, I forgot to. I probably should have. Oh well. Yeah, I know, Ryan. Would you hold in the money Rev weekly or overnight? Ooh, probably. That's risky. I don't know. Do puts have infinite risk? Sold puts? No. Uh, it's not infinite. It's capped, but I mean, it could be a lot, right? Sold naked calls have infinite risk, but naked puts don't. Naked puts can only go to 0. Sorry, I had to get it all out of my system. You're okay. Don't worry. Did you send me DMs? Ooh, what's this? Is that Revlon? Spicy. I held one last night and I paid 500%, but I can't even count how many times it hasn't worked out. Yeah, that's, I mean, hopefully less than 5. No, I'm not really selling CCs on anything, right? Because everything's, so everything that I would sell CCs on, for the most part. I mean, I have CCs out on Tesla right now, I guess. I have CCs out on Google. Anything else? That's it. And the reason being, everything is currently below It's like gamma neutral point, right? And so I don't want to sell covered calls with the market maker directly working against the hedging of that positioning, right? And I don't want to sell covered calls into a rising market. CNBC said Rev is running on the city ruling. That was like 3 days ago. I'll say it. You can paper hand everything. Jimmy at 20, Rev at 4, Bobby at 5 before it ran hard. I get it. You paper hand pigeon whale status, you're the biggest bitch, and you've lost all my respect. How are you gonna flex on pores and then join them? Paper hands should be banned. Whoa. Whoa, that's overly aggressive. What did you do with your house? Can I have it? You can stay there, but if you bring goats again this time, absolutely not. You own Tesla? I thought you hated them. I do. I still have shares. Just because I hate them doesn't mean I don't like money. Here, yes. Turd, how is it that like you always have the worst positioning on everything? I'm gonna make an inverse turd ETF. But not for any of your like long-term picks. Those are usually pretty good. Just anything you buy on the daily. It just immediately 10x leverages inverses it. Every time you've played Rev, you've lost money. You bought calls at the top. You bought puts at the next bottom. You need to stay away from Revlon. It's not good for your portfolio. That weird medical device company, phenomenal pick. My Rev puts are green. Right now. But you're not closing them, right? Also, what are they at? 550? 5? F-150 Lightning is a nice truck, but get the Pro model for the best value. Don't they have like a 40-mile range per charge or something? I've read some big FUD about those. I'm coming for all the smoke. If you paper hand pigeon whale status, you shouldn't be allowed to come back with that username, or your username needs to have paper hands in it so everyone sees your shame. That's one of the roles on the Discord is paper-handed bitch. $4? How are those gonna make money? Are you buying them for after? I can't do it on YouTube. Capitulate so we can run. Is it a wash sale if I sell shares at a loss, then buy a call and make money? No. I've got some theta. Okay. So you're out. But the IV, like I don't know. The IV crush and the target range are rough. Because you bought puts on ramped up IV, but if the IV drops, it's going to shit all over your premiums. All right, let's not be throwing around good luck so flippantly, BMG. I know you're bullish. 1 second, guys. Are you guys timing out everyone in chat again? Jesus Christ. Carl, what did I tell you last time? This is looking nice. You've got some dud mods on this channel. I know. That's why I picked them. They're the best. Hurricane Carl, timeout chat for 30 minutes. No, there'll be none of that. Explain why GME short-term calls have less volatility than long-term calls. It should be the other way. That's called skew, sir. The short puts are very overcrowded on the near-dated expirations for GME currently. So instead of an ivy smile, we have like a frown, like an ivy frown. I can show you a picture of it. It's really ugly. It's like an ivy ass crack. Like, I don't even know how to describe this. But here. Yeah, no, I'm going to show you. So this is the 1014 expiration and the blue line. And look at like near the money IV is lower than, it's like lower than like the Jan 25 leaps. Like our the nearest expiration is lower than the Jan 25 leaps. Yeah, it's super strange. I don't know if we've seen that much put waiting before, but the rest of the expirations are fairly normal. Although November 16th still a bit. Yeah, a little bit odd. Hmm. Interesting. Sorry, November 4th, $5 Fubo calls are up 52%. Good time to take profits. It's my first ever call. I mean, it's a very good return, right? I think earlier in the day would have been better, but what's the yellow line that Upstart respected almost to a T on the chart? This? This is VWAP. Ooh, inverse head and shoulders. I got another test of like 3665. $36.60s? $660 or $7? Oh, right. What's IV Smile? It's so IV Smile is it plots the implied volatility against the strike of an asset with the same on the same expiration date. So, at the money options have the lowest implied volatility, and out of the money options have the highest. Introducing options is a strategic investment, a practical tool to plan your strategic entries and exits in the market. Using these techniques make your port grow and encourage you to not be a paper-handed bitches. Newly minted paper-handed bitches. Ew, gross. Does price action today on indexes give you confidence that we have confirmed a new low in our long-term downtrend? Did you see us moving down to test today's lows again before moving up? I could see a breakdown before like puts expire tomorrow. There's another big chunk of puts that expire tomorrow. And the rest of those shedding off would be bullish. But remember, options on SPX are cash settled, so they can carry them into market close tomorrow. Who was the GME gonna print today? Mark my words guy. Let's ban him. I don't know. He was just like some random super stonker. Re for Rev. Nice. Ooh, market's coming up fast. I like it. You see SPY SPX going up until Thursday, Monday morning for SLD? That depends on when equity sell-offs would occur for SLD. They can basically occur at any point during next week. Not gonna lie, I rolled all my upstart calls in. What a shill. Check DM. What's this? Oh, for SPX? Ooh. Nice. Lower high? Yeah, it's definitely a thing. I agree. I think our increase in OI got offset by the delta drop because I remember shares to hedge being higher. It was higher. It was they're offset by the drop in IV. That's why delta went down. Delta was higher before because IV was higher. Netflix offering a new ad-supported tier for $6.99 a month. Bullish. Thoughts on ECM? Really good. Really, really good. So for out of the money strikes, right? Higher volatility results in higher delta. Well, because higher implied volatility lowers the probability of an in the money strike expiring in the money. So delta comes down, right? And then it increases the probability of an out of the money strike expiring in the money. So delta goes up. What the fuck is this? Oh, big fat rallies. I like context. Can you zoom out on the rev chart a bit? Sure. You just want to see the upside? Like you don't want to forget about it? Fidelity wants to schedule a chat with me since my portfolio is considered too high risk. Am I doing a market right? Yeah, sounds like it. Is 3720 the next SPX level? No. 3700 is the next really important one. So's 3650, obviously. Hold on, I gotta set stops on these 0 DTs I just bought. And then I'll take a look. SPX. So 3666 and 3712. Look what happened when we fell out of the pimento today, guys. Here, I'll go down to the 1 hour pimento. Pimento said no. The pimento is strong. This is the Dorito of purchasing. You're backwards. All hail the pimento and VWAP. Hashtag not a cult. Exactly. No, we're in the olive now. I fucking love your pimento analysis and Dorito of purchasing. Please more. No, pimento is the stepchild of theta in capitulation. The demigods of VWAP. We'll start to build structure. You know, I'm waiting on more fan fiction. So we have Theta, who created all things and will ultimately destroy them. Theta then birthed VWAP. And moving averages. From VWAP was spawned capitulation. Their incestuous relationship led to the birth of the pimento. No, this isn't a cult. Capitulation was like, oh, stepmom, are you stuck in the dryer? And then the pimento was formed. The pimento is still the grandchild of Theta. Demonetized.
Sounds like Greek mythology. I mean, it's not Greek mythology until Theta turns himself into a goat and beds his daughter, right?
Don't worry, as time goes on, we'll add more structure to that, but we'll call it Popcorn Traders Mythology. We've really got it all here. Theta, VWAP, goats, pimentos, centaurs. Oh, exuberance is the worst. Exuberance and sadness are separate. Fear and greed. They're more like the witches with the one eyeball. They can see everything, but only one of them at a time. And there's only two of them. Wow, this really works. I should write a children's book. The Fates, yeah. You should become a professor somewhere and start your financial class with the real Greeks. Delta, Vega, and Gamma, they're just the accountants. Theta is Kronos, Zeus and Hera are VWAP and MA. Capitulation is Aries. The Pimento is the son of Aries. Deimos, the god of fear. It works perfectly. It really does. New York's hottest club is Pi-Fi. It has centaurs, pimentos, and Bear Oliver Platt. We need stream cards of this. Where are the Louvre artists? Don't let this go to waste. Ro is Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, who is confused why he was invited. I mean, J-Pow gets a +1, right? And he chose to bring Ro along with him. I was down 5K this morning on SPY calls, and 30 minutes later sold at a profit. Is SPY a meme stock now? Always has been. It's the OG meme stock. All market memes originated with the SPX. Also, you know, if you buy something and you can't hold it through a 50% loss, should you have bought it in the first place? Wait, Prometheus? Prometheus? Are you trying to spell Prometheus? I'm doing alright, Twin Peaks Townie. How are you, man? Koala Hugger is the goose that gets railed by Zeus. I'm stoked you're using my stream card today. It was a great stream card. I was waiting for a moment when it would be perfect to use it. And I knew we were gonna bounce off today's dip. I didn't think we were gonna bounce this much, but it seemed like the perfect time. Does this make you options Jesus? Spreading the good word of the Greeks? I mean, I don't have abs, but I have long hair and a beard, so I probably have abs. They're just hidden. I'm a hot forest nymph with supple yet sappy jiggly bits. Yes, you are, Popcorn Trader. Yeah, I'm still pretty bullish on Revlon, interestingly enough. What I'm more bullish on is the 0 DTE SPY calls that I have that are SPX calls that are just printing like crazy right now. I want this to continue to pump it up. You can do it, little buddy. Yeah. Break 3650. You don't care. What's a resistance between friends? No, they didn't announce shit on Revlon today. 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. No, my 0 DTE spy bags turned into balloons this morning as they soared to the moon. They're now soaring to the moon again. I'm just moving my stop up. How did this channel form comedy built on homosexual undercurrents? I don't think it did. Hold on. I'm gonna sneeze. Chew. Ah. Chew. Hey, look at what my allergies are doing to the SPX. Thank you, guys. I'd take allergy medication, but then I'll fall asleep on stream again. I think he misread no FOMO. Oh, I get it now. Yeah, that doesn't have a homosexual undercurrent. It's just great financial advice. Upstart being internalized? Yeah, but can you do a collab with our Rev Stonk Queen, Teresa Perrin? Who the fuck is that? Keep sneezing, do a line of pepper. Just move your stops up and stop whining at me. Was this how the GME sneeze happened? Sort of. Yeah. The volatility shorts got caught with their pants down. When the market decided to go absolutely full fucking bull. Has DFV reached out to you yet? Why not? I don't know. Carl is Dionysus for obvious reasons. God of wine. Mm-hmm. Yeah, SLD starts next Wednesday at Twin Peaks. When Upstart higher than GME? Getting close. Well then. Yeah, I still have some M calls, but they're for December. Did not expect that. No, I didn't close them. I just moved my stops up. Do you just keep buying Upstart calls? Yeah, mostly. Remember back here when I was like, this is an inverse head and shoulders, and I bought calls? I need like a YouTube catchphrase for this. Like, you can make $100,000 in 30 minutes. Did someone do that? Maybe. Make it inverse this, you dumb fucks. Inverse GERK ETF, wildly underperforming. No, you didn't need 200K. You need like 25,000. Not even, actually. 10? How far out are your Upstart calls? I have them for November, Jan, December. That's it. November, December, January. Win Vup song, 3680. Inverse this, you filthy casual. Inverse GERK traders and tatters. I know. I have a feeling I should just bail on my AMD. It's kind of rough. I know. I have 60s and 65s now, but I still have 70s for November 18th. I don't feel terrible about them, but it's really gonna have to pick up some momentum. Pat McAfee calling Fubo the next Netflix? I don't know. I said it was pretty cool a month ago. 2 months ago. I liked it a lot. I bought a bunch of it. Please look into immunotherapy injections. I have before. My problem is I don't have like time to make the appointments, and they're so constant. It's just a huge inconvenience when I could just stay inside in air conditioning all day, right? Hold on. I gotta move my stops up again. Spy target for end of next week? I have no idea. There's a lot of data between now and then. Also, next week's SLD. No, I'm eating tomatoes and Swiss cheese on bread. What are you dressing up for as Halloween? I was thinking that I would dress up as a pickle themed YouTube influencer / day trader. I know it's a bit out there, but I think it'll fly at the party. For a volatile stock, is it better to use a stop loss over a trailing stop? I mean, a trailing stop is also a stop loss. It's just trailing. Yeah, usually on volatile stocks, you don't want to use trailers because there's a lot of volatility and you can get stopped out really easily. Man, I already told you I don't have a spy target for next week. There's too many events between now and then to give like even a rough estimate. Seller exhaustion in the market has nothing to do with midterm elections. Market Watch blaming retail for rev ups. Oh, okay. Yeah, all 40 of us. Fubo $10 next week. Mini squeeze. I mean, the news on it's pretty bullish, but I don't know if it'll hit 10 next week. It's very liquid. It's below its like gamma neutral flip point, so there's some volatility, but I don't know if it'd run up to $10. It's a bit of a stretch. Maybe like 7, 8. And I doubt it would be next week if it happens. You can't manipulate a stock just by buying it. That's not manipulation. Fubo has so much news surrounding them. They're a great growth company for sure. Yeah. I've been on them for a while. Since right before it like ran really hard in August. Can we manipulate or squeeze our own stocks to make violent upside squirts? No. Unfortunately, you're all far too poor. So if Upstart crosses the gamma flip point with the volume and strength, it's possible it just keeps running since the hedge is now positive, which could be any day. Yeah, it's very possible. It's also on Reg Show. On Reg Show. Not formerly on Reg Show. Not almost at the forced covering part of Reg Show. Like full 204 Reg Show. It's been on there for almost a month now. Like all the pre-borrow agreements and everything's in place. It can't be shorted by any other means other than synthetically. Or by jacking the borrow rate to the moon. Somebody know why Rev is up today? It's a dope stock. You forgot to mention that Upstart can be crimed back down. It's not a crime. Upstart's liquidity is running dry. Very, very dry. And what happens when there's no liquidity? Well, they have to bring it in. Thank you so much, Carl. Read the fucking DD, people. Crime me a river. If I get stopped out of my calls right now, and then this bounces on the EMA 30 and moves up to 3680, I'm gonna be sad. You know what? I'll just sell some of them. And then keep the rest. There. No, fuck you. I don't want to move my stops. I want to keep them. There's 0 DTEs. I'm not going to take that kind of risk. The single gap down fucking 50 BPS in like 2 candles, and then I just lose all the money I made. Fubo's a long-term play for me. I think they're really good. I mean, I have positioning for both, right? So I have some of my position for Fubo is to capture any short-term volatile movements in the underlying. And then a larger part of my position is to capture long-term growth. Cries in 100K realized 0 DTE gains. 103, Carl. So far. Cat rejected off of 185. Oh no. Can you read us your DD like you read us Goodnight Moon? Maybe at the end of the stream. I am feeling very full of myself today. Can you explain the appeal of IHOP? Some people are willing to pay extra for Bisquick pancakes. Why would I have puts? I have no puts. Full bull. No, I don't have any puts right now on SPX. Is Rev the most illiquid stock of them all? It's up there, yeah. DDS is pretty illiquid too. Spy prediction for tomorrow. Why do people ask me this shit? I'm not a fortune teller. Oracle. The Oracle of the Pickle Jar. They ask you because you just made 6 figures in 6 hours. It hasn't been 6 hours. I've been banned from Wall Street Bets for liking the Rev video. Oh no. Are cycles dead? No, they were, but now they're not. I'm not going to get into it. Get exposure, don't get exposure. I don't care what you do with the information. We all got banned for liking the stock. That sounds bullish as fuck, honestly. What happens to Justin Timberlake when liquidity dries up? He brings his sexy back. 1:45, 9:30. It's been 7.85 hours, actually. What? Thank you, Carl. Dear God. What's the percentage gain on those 0 DTEs today? Uh, it's like 1600%. It's a bunch between the ones I bought this morning, the straddle from last night. Do you think this morning was a bottom to another sustained short-term bear rally? I think we're moving into a period where we're going to see a bear rally. I don't know if this is the beginning of it yet or not. I wouldn't say it's confirmed, like a confirmed bottom. I think negative information could absolutely come in and drive us back down to like the 35-50 range. I think even just with like this insane amount of short-term bullishness that we might have like a pretty big pullback with like SLD next week. So I'd be careful, but I think there's really good opportunities in here to go long, like 30 to 45 days out. If DFV were alive today, Wall Street Bets would ban him too. You mean Super Stonk? Super Stonk would definitely have banned DFV. Imagine if he'd sold covered calls. Or didn't DRS his shares. Fuck. Wait until tomorrow. Consumer spending. I mean, it's important, but it's not nearly as important as CPI was today. Yeah, I know. MCS and retail sales are both out tomorrow. Yeah, apparently Michigan has really important consumers that they measure the sentiment of. Don't you dare use the Oracle's name in front of me or my CERN puts ever again. Hey, I'm from Michigan. There are dozens of us. Nice. Stefan, they didn't move the CPI. They announced when it was going to happen well in advance. Stop trying to find conspiracy. Have you read the DFV is waiting for us at Computer Share DD? It's really convincing. It's not as convincing as making $200,000 a week on options with almost zero risk. Yeah, I don't like trading earnings. Everyone in here will tell you. It's just gambling. I'm not saying that you can't make like an assessment of where earnings will be in a given time period, but when you're playing earnings, you're just gambling. Worse yet, you're gambling against the market maker, and you will generally get fucked over more often than not. You can play it with like delta neutral strategies, or you can sell theta. There's ways to play earnings for income that aren't so bad. But I don't like just trying to bet on the direction of earnings. Why make 200,000 a week with cover calls when you can lock up your shares at Computer Share? Yeah. I think people forget about DFE. He probably received death threats from people who didn't understand the risk. For all the praise he gets, there's a dark subset who didn't make money. I'd be AWOL too. I've gotten hundreds of death threats. Fuck them. Oh yeah, on Reddit especially. Death threats and then like that reported for suicidal intention thing. The like Reddit cares bot. I get that one like almost every day. How do you handle it? I don't give a shit. Do you guys remember that one? The guy who went on like the religious fervor rant about how I was trying to drag people further away from God. Yeah, because I don't want people killing themselves over losses. That's terrible. I've seen people do it. I feel like you're financially inside me. Don't worry, it'll tighten up over time, Carl. You just gotta let it rest. It's okay, Tanksimus. At least I've never written myself death threats and then written DD about it. So I can still hold myself to that higher level. Seen or known? Both. People tie a lot of their own self-worth to money, and so suicide over financial losses is not uncommon. And it's pretty serious. So, we always try to create an environment here where, people, I hope people realize that they can always reach out to us at any time. Any of us, me included. And if you need someone to talk to. I'm not trying to drag people from God. Also, Gurk, here is the God origin of the new Greeks. I reach out to Carl, but he just times me out. Yeah, yeah, he does that. Well, that's how he shows his love. He doesn't time you out if you're not important. Have you ever sent a death threat to someone? Be honest. Never. If you gave me that small loan of $1 million, I'd be homeless, but I'd have $1 million. Yeah, man, you should never tie yourself to money or your career. Nobody's life should ever be based on financial gains or careers. Yeah. If you lose money in the market, all you've done is ramp up the difficulty, right? Carl's just timing everyone out again. I lost everything, then I made some money, then I lost everything again. The lesson here is have a job. Yeah, that helps. Are you going to continue overnight straddles? Yes. Since we've not seen that much downside after this much of a run, would you think a profit taking or sell off could happen into close? Yeah, it could. I have stops on the calls I have remaining, so protect your profits. Only one of the companies I'm currently invested in is bankrupt. I'm sure it's just as bad in the finance world. Yeah, it's pretty bad. The real question is, are you still bullish on Target? Well, I was bullish on Target, and then Target ran, and then I was less bullish on Target. I could tell you if I'm bullish on Target again here in a second. Yep. I mean, I'm bullish on it for the rest of the day. Let's see how I feel about the long term. Also bullish. Yeah. Liking Target a bit. Wait till they post those crazy revenues on all the discounted inventory they sold. Whew. What made Cat so appealing? I mean, I've traded Cat for like a year now. Over a year. It's appealing because it has a lot of value, but that value is very hard to assess. And companies that have difficult to assess valuations tend to be not necessarily volatile, but they tend to trade in a wide range. Wide ranges are good for options because notional value increases are very important. I know someone who attaches themselves to Tesla. He got visibly upset when he was told the back seats were not comfortable. I mean, they make like mediocre cars. They're okay. The most valuable thing I learned from you is that these are just numbers on a screen. Yeah. It's all just a big video game. My October cat calls are closed. All of them. I still have November and December calls, but all of my October calls are closed. And I took profits on about half of my 165s for November already. I mean, you have time, right? Why did you buy Theta? Did you buy Theta for 40% returns? That's a serious question. Do you not have a price target, Brian? To make money trading in the market, there are three possible choices. Cheap, fast, and easy. However, you can only pick two. Yeah. I like that. Yeah, it works. You getting into the JPM spread later? It's looking spicy on option strat. Yeah. Before market close today, I'm gonna enter it. It's really spicy with the bounce, right? I just want to. I don't want to enter it before a like end of day sell off, right? Like I'm already taking the risk with overnight and earnings, so I don't want to. I don't want to enter it until like the very last minute. Be really careful with those if you've never traded them before. Like use paper trading or something like that because uh, they're difficult to exit. And they're difficult to enter. And you don't want to get burned on the spread. It's not a collar play, it's just a iron butterfly. So basically you're waiting for IV to spike pre-earnings, and then you're selling a bear put or a bull put and a bear call spread. And the goal is to capture profit within this range of price. So you don't want the price to move too much. Technically that's a condor. Sorry. So you're basically making a bet that the price of the underlying won't move a lot, and you'll profit off of volatility crush. No, not magic. I mean, it's just so it's risk limited outside of this range. There's still a loss potential, but the odds of it staying in this like central range, and I think this is like profitable out to here, are very high, right? And if it does, you get like I think this one's like 224% return on risk. Yeah, core. Because JPM historical volatility is nice and low. Yeah, it is. Very. What's the target price based on? Your analysis? Cornub is a mod. I mean, this isn't the play I made, Paris. This is fucking SPY. Yeah. I mean, I had 15 SPX contracts. Large $5 straddle bought on Fubo, 64 DTE, about 1.4 million. Okay, that's pretty good. Sure it was a straddle? I'll wait for OI. Like, the problem with those intraday Space Banana is the estimation of bought and sold are not always accurate. And then also, sometimes the positions are closed as soon as they're opened, right? They're just a hedge, like near-term hedge. I mean, I made about 1,600%, but it was on SPX. I can't even believe this is gain porn. This is pathetic. I think I'm gonna get stopped out on this expansion. Hold on. Hey, look, it's that thing you guys love so much. I'll move my stop down a little bit. Thoughts on Rev overnight? No idea. We'll see how it does. Rounded bottom breakout. On what? It's not sideways. It's a megaphone pattern. It's the worst. It should be bullish. Make Rev up. Okay, bye. Alright, see you later, popcorn trader. The best way to find out about the news is the stock price, because that'll happen before the news. What's a trade style that works for a lot of people, but you actually hate for no particular reason? A lot of people trade fibs, but I have a reason for hating them. So it's not, I mean, it's not like I dislike anything for no reason. Just for the fun of it. Like I think fibs are actually invalid and inaccurate. And I think they have a lower success rate. You can't apply a natural ratio to a chaotic system, right? That's just ridiculous. I don't hate Tom Selleck. Schindler's List is not a trading strategy. I think it's annoying how obsessed fib people are with fibs. It's like vegans or CrossFitters, they're all in. People who use Fibonacci's don't understand how to value a company. And so they use Fibonacci's to try to predict price improvement. But really, I mean, they're just predicting a range in which something could happen. Like it doesn't mean anything. If you dislike fibs the most, what are your top 3? I mean, the most accurate are EMAs, MACD, and like horizontals, like simple horizontal and diagonal trends. That's it. Like that's really all you need. Sometimes I like to look at other stuff, but rarely. Like sometimes I'll look at like Stotch. Um, I'll look at like TTM or like not even, well, I'll look at TTM and like BBKC, because sometimes one picks up signals the other doesn't, but those can be kind of useful. Always VWAP. Boom Hunter Pro is just EMAs and RSI. It's like a fast and a slow EMA plus RSI. It's the biggest fucking waste of money that maybe, well, at least one of them. Here's the deal. All indicators are bullshit and reverse looking, right? They're not, there's no forward looking indicators. They just tell you what's happened in the past. So all oscillators are essentially useless at predicting the future. Yes, lagging. Some things attempt to predict future price movement, but they usually do that through smoothing, which is just attempting to use past data to predict what'll happen in the future, right? So, but it's all the data is still from the past. Everyone's, yeah, that's the funny thing about especially indicators. Everyone's got one they're trying to sell, and they're all bullshit. You just have things that display data, and if that data is useful, awesome. If it's not, eh. Well, VWAP's used for determining momentum. And it also determines the strength of the buyer and seller markets on whatever you're looking at. Stocks that are trading frequently above their volume weighted average prices are, you know, have a lot of buyers and are garnering interest. Stocks that are trading below have a lot of sellers and are losing interest. Also, lots of algos trade VWAP because intraday hedging is generally focused on the volume weighted average price. And so when you move up into VWAP, you get expansion of volume. And then when you move below VWAP, volume subsides. And vice versa, depending on who's controlling the market, right? And there are a million ways to look at VWAP. but none are better than VWAP because everyone uses VWAP. Trying to use technical analysis on the VIX is like trying to jerk off without touching the tip. Whoa. Do your in real life friends watch this stream? No, thank God. Now that I have 8K freed up, what 0 DTE should I buy? Oh boy. So these basket stacks, you finding them risky to sell CCs on until after OPEX? I mean, yeah, but I'm selling on all of them. I'm selling a lot of covered calls, right? If I wasn't selling a lot, I'd take more risk. Like if I had like five covered calls or 10 covered calls, I would just take more risk because who gives a shit? I just collect the premiums, right? If I get assigned, I'll buy back in. But I'm not. I'm selling like larger numbers of covered calls, so I really don't want to sell covered calls into the market maker hedging against me actively. Like I can't beat the market maker, right? I don't hate you. You're just annoying. It's okay though. Stefan's annoying too. I don't hate him either. You're not as annoying as Stefan sometimes. So would the ref theory be if it avoids delisting, will it get an immediate run? May or may not MOASS. It's not gonna MOASS. It's shorted, but not that much. And don't forget that, Revlon's the opposite type of like squeeze play. It's not in that Goldilocks zone of having like a mid-sized float. It has a tiny float. So price like volatility goes really really high on it, but price action probably not so much because you can roll through 20x the float in one day. So the price action on Revlon not that compelling really. I'd be surprised if it went above like $15 unless there was some sort of outside catalyst. But the volatility on Revlon can go to like 500, 600. Um, versus something like Upstart, which has the same size float GME used to. You know, where it's got enough shares that 30% short is a really significant number, right? And so it takes them a lot longer to churn through all of that. And if they're, churning through all of that over multiple days, then obviously the chances of it continuing to push higher and higher are better. So like the larger the float, the more unlikely to squeeze, but the better the squeeze. The smaller the float, the more likely to squeeze, but the squeezes aren't as good. I mean, if Rev went to $15 quickly, IV would hit like 700 or 800%. Plus, those contracts would go up to shit like point 0.4 or 0.5 delta, maybe higher. Yeah, it could go into the thousands. Intraday IV though, not IV 30. But then remember, like Vega on those contracts moves up to like 3.0 at $10. I think at $15 it'd be like a 5x multiplier on IV. So you're talking the premium of the contract times, say it hits 500% IV. You're talking the premium of the contract times 2,500% before valuing, delta theta. I only have shares because I wanted so I've been flipping the Rev 35s before in like early August into mid August. The Gen 35s would run up really hard and I'd sell them all, and then buy them back on the dip. We haven't had a big run till today for a little while, and today wasn't really sufficient. But that way, if it kept squeezing, I would have shares, and I could sell IV at the top. You up for some couch co-op? Nah. CC's on Fubo Danger right now. I mean, are they at $4? You can get assigned. Are we? Yeah. If you measure the wicks, we're not. But I hate doing that. I'm already stopped out. Let's on 0 GTE spy puts just in case another round. Or is that out of the question? I might straddle it overnight. I don't know about puts. I mean, I guess it could go down, but I don't know how far it's going to go down. I mean, I don't know if Upstart will make it all the way to November before running. I think they need to run it sooner. Elon dumping Twitter. Why are people even paying attention? No problem, Han. Is it concerned about long-dated SPY puts? No, it's way too low for that. And they're still way overpriced. VIX isn't down very much. What's the deal with Netflix? I don't know. They've been doing better. They had some sort of bullish announcement today. I don't remember what it was. Oh yeah, they have a new subscription model. That's right. Just don't pay for the poor version of Netflix. Do you think we're gonna break up on Rev? I don't know if we're gonna move up today. Maybe tomorrow? Thanks so much, Paul. I appreciate it, man. Can you do a poll here on who actually pays for their Netflix account? Because I sure don't. I mean, I pay for mine. I don't even watch it. I pay for it. I mean, yeah, but Netflix is going to be cutting that off. Like, after they release their cheaper level, right, they're going to cut off family share. Unless you pay to share with your family. We launch a 3x pickle ETF so I can sit back and drink Mai Tais on my dinghy. If they cut that off, that's bullish as fuck. I know. But they're gonna wait, right? They're gonna line up like a bunch of releases. So they've already started shifting to the like episodic release model. Where it's like 7 episodes or 8 episodes, like 12 episodes ideally over 3 billing periods. Right? So they'll line up a bunch of shows all set to this format, and then they'll cut off family share. Netflix. If they're smart, that's how they'll do it. Like they'll do like all their big shows, like so I'd expect that on like the next like big part of their release schedule. But like Stranger Things, all of that, they'll just try to line up as many releases as possible to entice people into buying back in. What do you think about APRN? It's looking better. It's like shittier Upstart though. Why wouldn't I just play Upstart? They need to delete the previous episodes when they put up the new ones, or else people are just gonna wait till they're all out to get a month subscription. Yeah, that's true. You could just punish people for canceling to also. Like if you cancel your subscription, you can't sign up again for 12 months. People just use a different email, but yeah, just stare someone in the eye immediately. Don't break eye contact. They will just shame you for paper handing, like you do to former pigeon whales. Exactly. Is that how Tillionaire works? A lot of people sign up for yearly subscriptions. Yeah, I think that's what like Disney and HBO did right, was just offer the yearly subscription at a discount, and people just buy it because they don't want to think about it. It's a better deal for them to not have to think about it every month, to just pay for it once a year. Do people really dodge Netflix's $15 a month payments this strategically? Apparently, yeah. I do offer a 12-month Pigeon Whale subscription. It's $1,200. And you pay it once a month over 12 months. Financing is built in. I know. It's a great deal. No, I'm not Ron Perlman. How about $600, pay up front, no refund? No deal. So you're trying to buy a luxury brand from me on a discount, and my shit ain't seasonal. It's not gonna work, man. You're lowballing, and I'm upping the bid. Gherkin went deep under cover and found out Perlman's daughter has daddy issues. That's not true. Hey, we found another floor, guys. Moving up again. I want to join, but I'm not smart enough to figure out how to flex on the pores. Oh, you just make fun of them and stuff. You use that everything to flaunt your rich and ridiculous lifestyle. Let them know what they're missing out on by buying weeklies. Yeah, I've played deer. It's not as good as cat. Cat has different exposure. Also, their revenue stream is structured differently as well. So I like cat better. It's a little easier for institutions to price deer. Is there a TA to predict whether a stock will bounce off VWAP? No. No. That's just more likely to find support at VWAP. Bro, you made like $1 billion on 0DTE. It wasn't $1 billion. It's about selling the weeklies when you're up. It's about using them as a trading tool and not trying to fucking target swing plays with weekly calls. Here's the problem with most weekly purchases by retail investors. They're like, GME is going to 30 by Friday, and they buy $30 calls, and then GME trades flat at $25 all week. It's not really a unique perspective to trade from. No, just like, don't use, if you think GME is going to go from 25 to 26, this is a great use of weeklies. You're like, oh, found support at like 24.50. I think it's going to move up. Buy some 26s, sell them on a test, right? But like, you don't just like Monday morning buy $30 calls and cross your fingers. And this is the problem with weeklies, is that that's what people do. Do I win biggest dum dum prize or accidentally selling my 35.50 at a loss today? It's rough. I mean, I'll tell you that much. What poors don't understand is that us pigeonwheels pay 75 extra to get the exact same perks as billionaires, but to also just call everyone poor and make fun of them. Yeah. Also, don't forget secret 0 DTEs. Say what? I didn't say anything. This is why I start with farther near the money options and then some 65Cs, and only use weeklies after VUP confirmation or close to. Yeah, they're better to scalp with. What's your guess on GME price by the end of the year? 20? I paid 25 for the entertainment and 75 to call everyone else poor. Also, it's great to support Pi-Fi because we all have made legit money from his plays. Thanks, man. So sell 20 CCs now. Got it. No, silly bear. CCs are for winners. First it has to go up, then you sell CCs. People are making money? Yeah. All over the place. I'd argue that I've made people more money than computer shares lost them. I'm just going to make that claim. No data. Is buying blind weeklies kind of like buying HKD at 32 in the hopes it hits 50 again? Similar. Ugh. Upstart negative beta? No, just pushing down. Slipped VWAP. The weight of all those puts they bought is becoming stronger. $7 CCs for Friday on Rev are a bit enticing. Risky. Bank earnings tomorrow. Thoughts? See, they're reporting Q2. Better earnings from the banks this time. Cobra 37. Welcome to Pigeon Whale. Riku, you son of a bitch. Riku. Listen, this is the deal. You're already a zillionaire, so you're automatically added to the Royal Pigeon Whale Society for the advancement of cooing and other lofty goals. However, you have yet to be welcomed by the other pigeon whales. Feel free to use your rights to at everyone to talk shit about poor people. It builds the animosity up in the server, and it's good for the sense of community. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it.
$99, straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money.
I don't get those notifications because I know how to use Discord. I don't know what you're talking
Whales
about.
are the highest class of society.
That's a lot of 10, 14, $28 puts on Upstart, isn't it? It's so many. No, being poor is just that, a poor person. Or alternatively, and actually what I find to be more common among the poors isn't that they're poor, they're just cheap fucks. I know who you are. Sometimes it's just poor. But being poor is fine. Not cheap, frugal. Actual poor, libraries don't make you rich. This is true. Although, actually, wait, hold on. I had a friend whose mom was she was like a librarian at like Yale's like rare book library or something. She got paid a shitload of money. Jordan Arnold, welcome to Cornichon. Thank you so much, dude. Those are calls people sold, Tyler. Yeah. So I wonder, Jen, is that more of like a curator type position than it is really like librarian? And what's the like educational leap from librarian to curator? Because curator sounds more fun. Although all those shushing skills would go to waste. I mean, it depends on the collection you curate, right? Because curators are, well, not only do they have to manage the collections, they have to add to them. So you're kind of like an assessor and a buyer as well. Large academic libraries have money. Ah, okay. To be a curator? That's super cool, Ghost of Dan. The curator is like the supervisor of the librarian who gets to shush the librarians if they're shushing too loud. Whoa. This is an OnlyFans channel. Jen, have you ever considered, and don't get me wrong, that your shushing skills could be put to better use on the internet? I know at least a few people in here that would pay you to shush them. You don't have to do anything else. Probably. I'd pay $5 a shush. See? We've already drummed up an audience. Look at that. Fame is just around the corner. Is this a green pimento? We're in the green. How come Jimmy not following Spy? Well, Mike Zero Profit. It's called internalization. The DMM for GME and liquidity providers on NASDAQ appear to be boofing about as much of these two stocks as they feasibly can. It's time to tell the truth. You're not a centaur, but a fawn. Shh. That's it. I've decided what I'm doing with the new house. So I'm going to make it into an OnlyFans house. But instead of hiring hot models who do things in front of cameras, I'm just going to hire librarians to shush people. Save a horse, ride a centaur. You're a hot model that does things in front of a camera. Oh, shush you. That's silliness. Will the librarian be wearing Osiris DC3s? I don't know. It's just D3s, right? DC's another company. Also, thanks for discovering my next kink. No problem, man. DC3 is a plane. Okay. Can I use your new house for shelter this window? I'll bring my own toilet paper. You don't have to. I'll have bidets installed on all the toilets. Kroger might be merging with Albertsons. Oh my god. Southern California won't have any more grocery stores. Cock Magic is back. He's never left. He's been here the whole time. I can picture it now and it's insane. We can DM, but I want 5% of the profits. If you're going to set up the liability waivers, all right. But you have to come in with capital. You're not getting 5% for fucking IP. Don't you shush me. This whole librarian themed OnlyFans is gonna make a disgusting amount of money. No, it's not, because unlike pimps in the real world, it's gonna be really hard to pimp out people with master's degrees. They're gonna immediately realize that they don't need to pay us for anything. I'm gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna take my audience and I'm just gonna go right over there without you. It's only initially, while their confidence is low, that we can swoop in. Like a fat guy with an ill-fitting shirt at the bar, waiting to pounce. Can you please tell us how we get in on the ground floor of only librarians? That's a good question. Is anybody else loving this? Like, we're talking about librarians, but are you looking at the SPX right now? Thoughts on if we've seen enough vol covering on Upstart to start approaching reg share removal? No, I think they've been worsening their position over time. We need a big volumetric move for them to get it off of it, and they've been unsuccessful in facilitating that. The longer it stays on reg show and the more synthetic liquidity they use to continue to short it to prevent a breakout, the deeper they dig their hole. I use SaaS model. You have intern Dan's running social media for free membership. Charge the librarians. All right. We can do it for librarians and school teachers. They're woefully underpaid. Like the fucking stream, people. What would be your expected overall market direction for the next few weeks? Up. Don't tell me what to do, man. Selling CSPs on Upstart is great. Even if we're barcoding, I make money. Yep. Well, you make money because we're barcoding. Oh. No, you're thinking about it all wrong. We set up the accounts, then build them up, and then then they leave the nest and do their own thing. We just take 10% off the top after that. It's genius. Also, to whoever timed me out, that's rude. So like an agency agreement? I could see that. Okay. So we're about to become the Ford modeling of librarians and school teachers. This is genius. Yeah, otherwise it's just not, like, no one's gonna believe it if it's fake. What are your thoughts on this market? I like it. So this agency will provide insurance. It'll provide a group plan. I'll start packing up my beads and lights. I'm sorry it didn't work out, Ryan. You know, we tried, but that one dude from Mississippi who watches you every day is just simply not donating enough. And at this point, the things you're willing to do for that extra $5 is just, it's gone too far. It's shameful. What do you think about the impact of SLD? A lot of momentum here, but it feels pretty fragile. I mean, SLD is very short-lived. Like, SLD generally doesn't create a continuation of a drop in the market, right? It's just a small interruption in the uptick, at least in the bear market. Keep them as 1099 independent contractors. No, they just fucked all that up. Didn't you read the law changes from the Department of Labor over this last week? That's why Uber and Lyft are down. I was so close to breaking into the Michigan consumer market too. It was a good run though. I know. You really you tried harder than I ever could have asked you to. They just changed the legal classifications for independent contractors across like a number of definitions. I didn't read too deeply into it, but I think like Uber, like all the gig economy jobs are going to start having to classify their employees as employees. Is basically the gist. Which will be really good for the employment data that the Fed wants to see. Do you think October 21st, 3,600 Ps I picked up this afternoon are going to print, or should I just dump them now? I mean, you're not so far out of range that it's a huge risk to hold them. I guess it depends on what price you picked them up at. Like, if you picked them up in, like, the 3660 range, not so bad. Simple Jack's Head Movies. Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't seem bad to have overnight. Maybe just like part of a strangle, and then you can like drop them tomorrow. When the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon, man. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the band GG on the November 17, 22, 4210, call up 111%. Do I hold for 3,700, 3,720 retest to get to sell them at 8? Might IV spike hard over the night next week, or should I sell? I don't want to hold to FOMC. FOMC was yesterday, dude. Oh, you mean the next week's? I mean, the trend is bullish. Maybe like a wide stop. They're super far out of the money. Also, what a weird date you bought for November 17th. The day before the monthly expiration. Are you doing a strangle tonight? Probably a straddle. What are your settings on TradingView for EMA and VWAP? I can only get open, high, low, close by 4. Yeah, I use that. My VWAP is at a completely different level on Upstart. Is VWAP set at the 14? 14-day rolling? TradingView's VWAP's weird. I don't really use it on there. You can just use moving averages. Use like a 12. Or use a 14-day moving average. Was that on the anchor period? You shouldn't have an anchor for intraday VWAP. Try looking up like VWAP 14. I'm sure there's something. I use TradingView for like longer term analysis. So if I use VWAPs on there, I weight them. Let me see what there is. Oh, this one's got some like standard deviation VWAP bands. These aren't bad. VWAP by, I'd have to mess with it. I don't know how good it is, but maybe check that one out. It's VWAP by debugged. There's VWAP with standard deviation bands. That one's pretty solid. Let me see what it looks like on the 1 minute. Yeah, this one's good. I like this one. So VWAP ST dev bands V2 mod. That's a decent one. Hey, it's Cenas time. Look at that. Yeah, what happened to the market crash people? Where did they go? I don't think they're anchored, but you'd want to anchor them to the beginning of the day. If you're going to anchor them. Yeah, so generally you're going to get better spreads, Verax, if you target the monthly expirations. And on SPX, Friday and monthly are going to give you the better spreads. So Friday expirations and monthly expirations. Also quarterlies and leaps. But these are expensive and you're probably not likely to buy them. But these are generally the ones you want for swing trading SPX. Because you'll have the better spread, the tighter spread at least. Not that you can't get lucky on a spread on a different expiry, but they didn't sell their puts, now crying because the market was going to crash. I told you guys, don't reverse Kramer anymore. SPX up, Jimmy sideways. That means boofing. Not releasing pressure from boofing. Releasing pressure from boofing is when SPX drops and Jimmy doesn't do anything. Kramer told everyone to sell this morning. What did he tell them to sell? Just everything? Ew. Market crash people are still here. Have a great week, everyone. Holy fuck. Why do you donate so much goddamn money? Ko-Fi is for $3 donations to make me say weird things. Han, you're gonna get blown out on the Ko-Fi here in a minute. Thank you so much, Peasant Vision. Don't worry, the market will crash eventually, just not today. Are those a Rocky Dinar? No. That's a lot of sheshes, yeah. Private stream money? No, those were dollars. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Waiting on the follow-up. It was a typo. Supposed to be $10. I don't know. That's the second fairly hard flex. I think you owe someone a lap dance, Gurk. Whoa. No one wants one of those from me. Well, that's not true. Last time that happened, you got catfished. Yeah, I know. It's okay. I'm out of my short-dated SPX calls. Peasant is a pigeon whale. They got catfished by that Tinder date. Am I reading this right? 14 million volume on Revlon? That's correct. For us to basically trade flat all day. Maybe it was just like 14... Like somebody just bought 300,000 shares this morning, and then they spent the rest of the day and 13.7 million more volume trying to make sure it doesn't go on Reg Show tonight. She didn't put the Snapchat filters on in real life? No, it wasn't the same person in the pictures at all. Oh yeah? Parry this, Ko-Fi, you filthy casual. $1,000 is peasant money. You're ridiculous. I mean, we'd see him print to the report in T+2, but we won't see that report till fucking next month. I just sold 500,000 work, so I'm feeling spicy. Dude, nice. For the new business? That's super cool, man. Still, pretty awesome. Upstart's still $77 Gamma Max. I don't know. I didn't look today. Is it? That about? Upstart Gamma Maximum is $84. Do you have a reasonable explanation for today's Rev price action? Yeah, I said it already. Someone bought some shares this morning, and they spent the rest of the day churning volume trying to get it out, keep it from going on reg show. Out of curiosity, what would be some events in illiquid stocks that would cause algos or people to notice at hedge funds? Moving up 10% overnight will do it. Gherk, you're the light at the end of my fleshlight, the warmth in my sock, and the grip in my jimmies. To all the pores, don't go chasing waterfalls. Please stick to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to. You beautiful son of a bitch, Kendra. If that was a Hallmark card, I would keep it forever. Finished scalping the SPX of the day. Nice, man. What a wild ride. I'm feeling extra tingly about Rev in the coming weeks. Thanks for all you do, mate. You know the greatest thing about today on Rev is we know that it's not dead. It's just not alive. How much longer will this fabled pickle pimento bear rally of 2022 last, sir? I mean, it could extend out through easily, like, through earnings, right? If Apple and Amazon find a way to fucking pad up their earnings for one last quarter, we could still rally for quite some time. The Fed isn't changing expectations anytime soon, so you know there's confidence at least in the near-term outcomes of their policy. Do you think CAT will finally continue above the 180 resistance? I mean, it is above the 180 resistance. Are we looking at the same stock? Will it cross the 183 resistance? That's a good question. I don't know yet. Kendro Left Eye Wilson? Whatever happened to that nitwit Jason Waterfalls and his DE court fiasco? I have no idea. Amazon had an early Prime Day. Yeah, they're doing another one too, right? So they'll pack that into their forward guidance. Nothing but Prime Days and Black Fridays for this quarter. I got a shoe rack for my garage. Do you keep your shoes in your garage? That's not a good idea. You could get spiders in your shoes. Or a snake. What if you get a snake in your boot? No, you're not invisible. Hello, Han. I see you. There are no spiders in my shoes, only my poopies. Carl. I wear steel toe boots, so yeah. Also, if a copperhead got in my boot, I would actually die. I mean, you probably wouldn't die, but you might lose like a toe or something. Date? I'm not going on any dates. What are you talking about? Trying to come after me for my SPX gains? Hey dude, so earlier Rev was going up and now not so much. Did you do something? Can you please make it go up again? No, I didn't do anything. Well, that's not true. I bought some shares of it earlier, some more of them. So some of that was me, but very little. What was the last concert you've been to? I don't remember. I don't like concerts. They're loud and full of people. If you could own any tropical bird, what would it be? One of the birds of paradise that do weird things. Like either that one that turns its body into an umbrella or the one that turns its body into like a weird smiley face and then they like hop around. Those things are fucking awesome. All right, story time. One time I saw a video of a snake crawling up plumbing into a toilet. And now one of my irrational yet biggest fears is the snake will come up the toilet and bite me anywhere from sack to stinker. I don't think that's a reasonable. Well, you do live in Florida, so maybe. I have a similar fear here in New York, but it's with rats, and it happens far more often. I got invited to an Ed Sheeran concert, and I laughed in the person's face. I felt bad, but seriously. Really? You know what I don't get is like Ed Sheeran is just like so lame, and everyone hates him so much. And I don't understand why they hate him. Like, what's with all the leave Ed Sheeran alone? He's just grown up Ron Weasley trying to make his way in the world. I am trying to leave him alone, hence not going to the concert. Gingers have souls too, guys. All right, careful. We don't need J Fresh and Carl getting any ideas. I mean, I wouldn't want to see an Ed Sheeran concert either. But I don't understand why so many people hate him so much. Like, why not pick somebody more, antagonistic, like Michael Bolton? No, Nickelback is the Nickelback of music. Or Dave Grohl, the murderer? You know, I can't stand Michael Bolton, but he did that song with Lonely Island, and I've loved him ever since. Wait, what Fox story? Did you tell a Fox story? I can't find it. Was Rev scheduled to go to Rig Show today? I don't know. I don't think so. But we don't know the near term FTDs. Like the reports are on like a 15-day delay. I love you? What? Who? Are you a fan of Jelvet Vupiter? You know, I haven't heard their new stuff. I've sent something to you for your new business venture. Oh, awesome. Advertising materials? This is really good. Look, dude, we're ready to go. Get ready to get shushed. Cataract surgery? LASIK? This is 2022. You don't need glasses. Remember when everyone in New York loved Michael Bublé? I remember there was a period of my life that was like 6 months long where people kept telling me I looked like him, and I had no idea who he was. And then I finally saw a picture of him and realized I looked nothing like fucking Michael Bublé at all. Where are the hot librarians? I'm not into gilfs. The riper the berry, the sweeter the juice. Shave the beard and get a haircut. Lose 80 pounds. And you can be a spitting image for him since he's Irish and Italian. You know, at that period in time, I didn't have a beard. I weighed 60 pounds less. And I had a haircut. I'm making a withdrawal from IBKR. After my bank info, there is account nickname box. That's like whatever you want to call the account when they save it. Like you could call it DC Varix's checking, or Carl's Meat Locker, you know, whatever you want. Stop buying Upstart in the money puts, you shill. Selling Upstart in the money puts, you shill. No, I still didn't sleep a lot. Hey, end of day sell off. Let's go. Bazinga is reporting 190 million Revlon shares are shorted. 24%. Wouldn't that mean it's closer to 50%? If the free float is only 3 million listed on Rev's website, I mean, I think we still don't know the actual free float number because investor relations is defunct. But it's either 3.2 million or 7.5. Refinitiv is reporting 7.5 and Morningstar, and so that's why they're getting that percentage. But yeah, it would be closer to 50% if the float is in fact smaller. Rev being talked about in the news, bullish as fuck. Are you adjusting your strikes to the JPM play? Yeah. Speaking of which, I gotta enter that soon. Thanks for reminding me. Ooh. Fucking return on risk for just tomorrow is insane. Maybe I'll pull it in instead of selling 21s. 21s are pretty good too. Actually, yeah, 21s are better. Almost a 300% return on risk? Yeah. Yeah, I think I know what I'm gonna do with that. I should set this up. Butterflies for JPM's earnings. Okay. 300% return on what? I'm doing iron butterflies on JPM's earnings. $109 strike or okay, so the one I just opened is this here.
Why am I not getting this to work? Oh. This? Still need to enter an SPX. Strangle. Straddle. There we go. Just entering positions for overnight. So Iron Butterfly is a credit spread. Oh, it's two credit spreads, right? It's a bear call spread and a bull put spread combined with the long side of the spreads at the same strike. And the short positions create the area in which you have profitability, like the price range in which you have profitability. They're known as wingspan spreads sometimes. They have different names. A lot of different names. But the one I just opened is 300% return on risk, which is fucking awesome. She went narrower than in Pickles Picks because of the high credit compared to the risk, right? I mean, I didn't go that much narrower, did I? Did I trim it down? A little bit, yeah. I went from 10 to 5. You could still do it at 10. It's a little safer, but IV's bumped up high enough that the profitability improves when IV drops, like, a lot. So if IV if IV on JPM drops back to its like historical range, this will hit like 40-50% profitability by next Monday. So because remember it's a credit position, right? So when you sell a credit position into earnings, it benefits from the crush in IV. So IV goes down, and you sold IV when it was high. So the premium drops on the short call and the short put. So you achieve profitability far faster. $10 spread is less risk. Yeah, even with the downside, you also don't forget that you still benefit from theta. So as long as it moves, like even if it moves down, if it moves back into that range towards expiration, you can also roll them. Yeah, don't fuck with them if you've never done them before. Spread eagles? So
even though that's not really like a real option strategy, that's what you would call like it's like what was it? It's like an inverse. I think it's an inverse condor is what they used to call spread eagles, but or inverse condors used to be called spread eagles. Or inverse butterfly. I can't remember which one it was. But they're essentially the same positioning, except the profitability is at the far ends. So profitability is here and here, and not at the current price. So you're betting that it's not going to stay in the range of your inner strikes. So it's kind of like it's an inverse condor or butterfly. And those benefit from volatility increasing. So like if you wanted to say like there was like a really highly anticipated earnings, right, coming up, right, and you know IV is going to move up and probably price, right, or down, even down, up or down, right, as long as it doesn't stay in the current range. So you know volatility is going to pick up and price action is going to change. So you would sell an inverse condor here or an inverse butterfly, and then as earnings approaches, when IV hits its peak, you would close this and flip to a standard, and then you would sell like a standard like butterfly or condor and capture the crush in IV. So that way you capture the full like expansion and contraction of IV through an earnings period. I'll stop talking about this kind of stuff. I'm sorry. Market looks strong and bull. The one in Pickles Picks is a iron butterfly. No, an iron condor, the put and the call are at different. So iron butterfly, your long put and call are at the same strike, or short are at the same strike. So your short put, short call are, you know, whatever I had it there in Pickles Picks. I think it was like 105. For a condor, these have a spread. So you'd have like your short put, short call. Then your longs are your hedges, right? Long put, long call. And then what that gives you is that gives you a range of profitability more like this, but reduces the total potential profit that the butterfly would have in this higher range. So the butterfly has higher profit if you get it right. The condor is safer across a wider range of price action. Instructions unclear. Signed up for taxidermy classes. Nice. That'll be like a fun pastime. No, I'm not going to hedge it with a jade lizard. Thanks for asking, though. Thank you for that quick breakdown of Chapter 10 and options as a strategic investment. Yeah, no problem. We create a new type of trade and call it the rising pickle. Is that when I just buy a bunch of out of the money calls? Sure. I already have that. That's like my favorite options position. How wide did you make your butterfly wings? I did 4 because I'm a chicken. The one I just opened, there's a $10 range. Or $5 to either side of the strike. However you want to look at it. So you know when I do those things in Billionaires where I have like different options dates that I'm buying, and each higher level is a further date? That's the rising pickle. Where it's like, this is one expiration, this strike, this expiration, this strike, this expiration, this strike. That's like how you capture like growth over a period of time. That's like what I have on SPX right now. I have that on Upstart. I have that on Fubo to some degree. No, not a well, kind of, but not a. It's not a spread, right? There's no credit, and then if I do those with spreads, I usually sell shorter dated puts, right? So I'll sell puts. Like this is something I did with Upstart. I'll sell puts for like 2 weeks out, and use the credit to buy calls like 30 days out. And so on, right? Like I'll do like 30 DTE puts and use those to buy like 60 DTE calls. So these are synthetic long positions, but they're also calendar spread. So as soon as when the puts close out, if I can capture like near-term volatility and close the puts out, I get a free long position with the credit. It's just options are super fun once you get real nerdy with them. Or like what I did for my long entry to the SPY, where like I kept straddling overnight moves, but I was like the long leg of the straddle. Notionally, both legs were the same, right? But I knew the market was gonna go, down and then up. So, I was buying leverage, short dated leverage on the short side of the straddle, and buying long dated calls on the upper part of the straddle. So the amount of capital every night was like the same for both legs, right? But the amount of like the profitability that a downside was scaled relative to the length of theta bought on the long side. And so what this did was it allowed me to lock all of my potential profits in long calls. So over the course of the dip, you know, I'm making money from the price going down, but all those profits are being packed into calls that are out here. And so then as the market rises, you know, I have like a massively leveraged long position. And then if the market doesn't rise, if it continues to fall, right, I don't make anything. But I also don't lose anything, really. See ya, hand. How are you assessing the illiquidity? We have our ways. You teach us how to do the pimento strategy. How did you know when the short puts would start losing to call pressure? I mean, you have, well, I mean, the bottom of the pimento is just the like long-term support. The length of time is determined by when all the puts are expiring, and then the upside of the pimento determined by the strike all the puts are at. New Dillionaire, Cameron Martin, welcome aboard, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll get you added after the stream, dude. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
No problem, titty titty bang bang. We love you.
Get the cash in
Hey,
advance, cause we
titty
hold it
titty
the flow.
bang
If you
bang,
are
titty
what you
titty
eat,
bang
then
bang.
make gherkin
Let's
to go.
go.
Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion.
Today's the hearing. I don't know if tomorrow's a big day. They have time to make an announcement. What are the next macroeconomic dates we have on the horizon? Big ones? Tomorrow's got some stuff. We got retail sales, Michigan consumer sentiment. Those are pretty important. I mean, they're not as important as CPI, but they're important. Puts expire every week. How do you know that they would start losing to call pressure, though? Ah, cute. There's a straight way down in New Pickleans they call the Rising Gherk, and it's been the ruin of many a poor, and God, I know I'm one. Excellent, Tim Timmery. Since I haven't heard anyone ask you today, I think it's pretty important to ask you going into this wonderful market close. Are you still bullish on Revlon? You know what? I am. I know. Today I only bought a few hundred shares, but I'm still pretty bullish. These institutions harvest enough money with puts that they can post SLD collateral without sell-offs. Yeah, but why wouldn't they post SLD collateral without, like, you just sell off, right? They sell off positioning, and then they can get more leverage, and then leverage the upside and make more money. What if all, here, think about it this way. What if all SLD positioning also moves, like SLD positioning moves in its own cycles, right? They use SLD to uptick margin to, as the bear rally starts, and then the next SLD they use it to get margin to leverage the downside. What? Yeah. I know. That's what you don't pay me for, my big brain. Small cap tech has been decimated, down 75 to 90%. What sort of bear rally would we need to see in the indices for that sector to see a bounce back? A non-bag holder. I don't know what small cap tech you own, but yeah, rising interest rates are not good for debt-laden companies. A lot of them may not make it out, right? They'll die slow deaths over the next several quarters. Some will, the better ones will. Capitalism. A meritocracy for corporations. Not on the value of what they make or provide, but on the amount of money in their pockets. Sorry, I didn't mean to be so dark about that, but it's true. Thank you for turning me into an options gambler. No problem, man. Congratulations. Once upon a time, Girk did his hair so fine. Through the pores of pick in his time, didn't he? People called, they said, beware, Pickle, you're finna fall. But he didn't at all. He was killing it. Okay. Thank you. Don't put all your baskets in one egg. SPY 1021 predictions? I don't really have any. I mean, I think it'll continue to move up, but slowly. Puts cost same like shares? Sometimes. Yeah. Sometimes they're worth more than shares. It really just depends. I do know Bob Dylan, but I don't like Bob Dylan very much. He just says things, and I don't think any of them are super important. I didn't smoke like enough weed in high school to really get into Dylan. Bob Dylan is the name of my plumber. Let's all blast Fubo on social media tonight. Mega run coming. Yeah, that'll work. Thanks, guys. Ding ding, by the way. It was a fun day. What stock do you forecast making you most of your money ROI over the next year? Oh, I have no idea. I have a lot of stocks that I plan on making money off of. I'm holding Root. Ugh. They have no debt, 600 million in the bank. They should. They're an insurance company. 4-year burn rate on the cash. Should survive any downturn and would be well capitalized. Tech like this need to see in the overall market. I mean, advantage, right, over time. I don't like that they just did a reverse split. It's going to dry up institutional interest and make it harder for them to get financing moving forward. But they're an insurance company, right? And so they can leverage their float, not their stock float, their monetary float. Anyway, so contracting margins and larger competitors can open up market space for them to compete in if they can remain unindebted and efficient. You're looking at a long hold, though. Insurance companies don't grow super fast. And they can have major setbacks. But if you're willing to give it 5 to 10 years, probably pretty good. If they can, stay on top of their tech advantage. GME March OPEX I made more money off of than BBBY, but BBBY is number 2, Cat number 3, and actually I might have made more off Cat now. Not realized, but I think I've made more off Cat now than BBBY. Remember, Cat's runs are each of them bigger than BBBY's entire run, so SPX number 4. March OPEX definitely more than anything. I think more than anything else. At least all at once. I didn't do bad on May OPEX. Not, well, I didn't do terribly on it. I did really good on August ETF FTDs. Those were solid. Those were like 190, 200%. I don't know. I'd have to add up GME, but GME has been good this year. Cat is a beast. Private talks to buy Albertsons all cash. That's probably good for Albertsons shareholders, but I'm sure the price action's already been realized if the rumors are out. Cat is an incredibly forgiving stock for newer options traders, as long as they're willing to buy Theta, yeah. Cat is an unbelievable play. I've been telling everybody about it since last year. Anyway, what to say about today? So CPI numbers, like I said, not great, but better, right? And anything, the market is just waiting on anything even slightly better to turn around. We saw a lot of short side capitulation today. Not much of a sell off into close, still holding that like 369, 360 level. Which is good. It's above the 3650, still below 3700, but give it time. SLD is next Wednesday. Generally, and historically, this is fairly accurate. The Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday preceding SLD are fairly positive, unless we're already in a downtrend, a local downtrend, not long term. If we do get that, I'd expect, a 200 to 300 basis point pullback for SLD at some point during next week. And then following that, you have the big options expiration on the 21st, which is going to lead to the rest of the in the money puts capitulating. And that will start to give us some upside. Also, all that fresh margin in the institutions means they can leverage the upside as we move into earnings season for Q3. So I'm thinking good things to the market over the next few months. Obviously, today's bounce not a confirmation of no more downside yet, but it's looking better. We really want to see over 3,800 to say, okay, we're in a bear rally. It can be sustained. There's sufficient buy side pressure to keep us moving up for whatever period of time. Remember, there are currently several factors that could catalyze a market crash still, between Japan and China's treasuries, issues with the Ukraine war in Europe, and problems with Bank of England, along with the fact that the dollar is still skyrocketing and will only go up further with increased interest rates. Don't expect this rally to be as strong as the last one or to reach the same highs, but it could still go up. Like, we have probably a potential range of like 41.35. But that's really on the bullish side, right? Like, that means we get positive Q3 earnings out of some big mega caps. The market gets some fuel to run on. If we don't see that, if we see a continued drawdown in earnings and reduced margins, that'll only get worse until Q4 reports. And then when forward guidance comes out for the next year, it's going to be abysmal. And then you're going to see equity sell-offs from large institutions, right? And that's what's preventing a crash right now, is they're not, remember that when we're looking at all of this, right? And I try to remind people about this as often as possible because I think people forget all the time. We just had a market crash, right? It wasn't that long ago. And institutional positioning, is still very much in this range. So, even here, and this is scary for them, they're still up, right? And they're buying these core, this is their core positioning. They're buying this positioning for leverage and margin, right? They don't want to sell it. It's not ideal. And, you know, also every week you have millions of dollars across the country from 401ks and, you know, pension plans flooding into the market. So the market always has positive pressure. And you really need an equity sell-off to create a crash. You need fear and panic. And when that happens over time, because the flow of information is faster and faster, crashes and their recovery periods become shorter and shorter. But we still need that, and we don't have anything to catalyze that right now. They're not going to sell out of their significantly in the money core positions without a catalyst. Now, if there is a catalyst, there's like a contagion and it's widespread, and that could force equity sell-offs. But if those equities are no longer showing growth potential, they will sell them, right? And that's when we start to look out into like Q1 and Q4 and Q1 earnings for next year, because, you know, mega caps have been struggling with the supply shock, and now they're going to be, you know, struggling with the constantly increased rates. And all of these companies have massive amounts of corporate debt, right? There's no way they can continue to operate at the profit to earnings ratios they're currently trading at through next year. So they will have to inform investors of that. And when they do, when that potential for growth is removed, then institutions are going to pull their money back. They're going to sell, right? Because there's no more opportunity in owning it. And that's when we could get enough equity sell-off to catalyze a crash. And I think even if we do, it'll be brief. And I think in turn, around that same time, the Fed is going to attempt to pull back rates. They're going to start pulling back rates, and they're going to reduce on RRP, like interest, right? And so when they do that, that forces the banks to take all that liquidity that they haven't been deploying in the equity markets, and, you know, they're going to have to go out into the markets and buy shit. And when the Fed forces that, that's going to push the market back up. And that's kind of what we were talking about with like how they plan to facilitate their soft landing. And I've gotten off on a whole tangent here at this point. So, yeah, fun stuff. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a good night, everyone.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show!
Not an advisor. Frigulon.